Donde estes? Donde estes? Oh. So, look who's back. Again, I was back yesterday just because I wanted to. I thought it'd be funny. You know what? We're gonna do something. Let's try to get some people here. Let's drum up some business. All right, hang on. All right, I'm trying to get Ari Shafir to come here. Come on, Ari. I'm really interested in getting Ari Shafir to engage with me. And we'll send that to her. We'll send that to him. Oh, Matt's probably sleeping. Wait, it's Friday, isn't it? It's Friday, yeah. I'll make sure it's not Saturday. My kids have the extra day off. So it throws off my mental. You know how it is. Whoa, I need money, by the way. Anybody wants to throw me some money, I could appreciate that a lot. I'm broke, and I need some help. But how about I just entertain you? How about I dance and sing, la da 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 da, and then you get what you want. What do you think of NASA sending that new rocket up to the moon? I think that's a pretty convenient distraction. I mean, it's when the war isn't working, when you put out fake booby picture, the Christy Gnome's husband. When when you do all of the things, you play the hits like they do, and none of it works. People are still like, yeah, but what about all the Epstein stuff? I mean, not like the Epstein stuff to me is just another distraction, but at least it's a closer distraction to the problem than a lot of this other stuff is. But, we didn't send any rockets up to the moon. I mean, that's just silly. When they started pretending that they could land rockets back down straight up, it's like, come on, you guys don't even try anymore. You guys are insulting the fuck out of us. Imagine the difficulty it would take to land a rocket like that. Go, what's going on? I'm gay for Jesus. I mean, I didn't even look at it. Like, I gave it no attention whatsoever. None. Couldn't care less about some fake ass rocket launch. That has nothing to do with anything. It doesn't mean anything. Even if it was real, right? Even if the whole thing was legit, what would it matter? You're raising gas prices almost $2. What the fuck? Yeah, who's back? Back again. Very very observant when you say the Epstein files are a distraction, but being closely related to the real problems, I agree. Yeah, it is. I mean, you have to remember that we only know about Epstein because they told us about Epstein. Like, Epstein wasn't like something that, some secret, some observant Goyim somewhere, figured this out and, exposed this story. And, that's not what happened. They told us about Epstein. They told us, hey, look at this guy. Look at. Oh, look, he's dead now. Right? Like it just wasn't even, they didn't even try. It's like this Iran bullshit. They didn't even bother with the false flag beforehand. Normally they at least try with the false flag to get us all gung-ho. That was what I was expecting, right? I was expecting it to... After the October 7th false flag, where no Israelis were killed or taken hostage, other than those by the Hannibal Directive. After that bullshit, I thought for sure that they were going to do, a bunch of troops are stationed in a certain area in Israel, and rocket was launched, but the Iron Dome just failed and killed a bunch of American troops, and now, bringing in Iran. Like, I knew it was going to be Iran or Saudi Arabia. I thought for sure, that's not true. Not for sure. I thought, like, okay, so you tell me that Saudi Arabia is the one holdout in the Abraham Accords. And the reason that's given for why the Saudi Arabians are the holdout on the Abraham Accords is because they're like, yeah, you can't treat the Palestinians the way you do, right? So I figured at the very least they were going to bring Saudi Arabia in, right? and do, and facilitate that bullshit, and make the enemy more of a, I guess, believable one. Because the reality is, I mean, the Palestinians are the least believable. Like they're not hurting anybody. They're not killing anybody. They're barely surviving. Karen, what's going on? But you think about like the way this whole thing is presented and the way that they manipulated everything. They really don't care anymore. Like, they don't even bother to do what it takes to facilitate it. And maybe that was it. Maybe it's their laziness that's going to be their downfall. All of this is so much harder without your 9/11. 9/11 made us fucking stupid, right? 9/11 made us believe the dumbest shit from the worst people in the world. We all saw something happen that they then tried to say happened a completely different way. And it was like, no, we can see it. And they were like, no, you're wrong. If you see it a different way than what we tell you, you're a terrorist, and yada, yada, yada. What's the chat today? Come on, Karen, you know better than that. My shit is jumping between 1 and 10 people. That's how shit works, right? Three likes. Now I have 5 viewers. Like, it's just insane. This whole thing is, it's all about, like I said, the distractions are there. And they're all distracting us from something. So if you acknowledge that there's a distraction, you have to be able to acknowledge what that distraction is from. And if you pay attention, you know, like I know a lot of you get mad, right? I know a lot of you get mad about these things I say. But I encourage you to tell me what I'm getting wrong before you get mad. You know? Or if you do get mad, let it inspire you to tell me what I'm wrong about. Because just it's 6 likes now. Just looking at it for what it is, you know, it's obvious bullshit. And again, this is where like people get mad at me because I don't believe in more of the distraction, which is the religion that they give you. Like what people don't seem to understand, and what really blows my mind in this whole thing is how many of the truthers that are allowed to have popular feeds. Rathbone is a great one. Rathbone is makes good videos, but he talks a lot of shit. He talks a lot more like teasing, like he's great at what he does, but I mean it's just, you would think like if I'm gonna get shut down, why isn't that guy getting shut down? Oh look, we have somebody flying the pedo flag along with being a Trump supporter. What a surprise, right? You fly that pedo flag like it's something to be proud of. But it acknowledges who you are, what you are. And this is what I'm saying, and I can't get distracted. So the biggest distraction that's given to us is again the religious bullshit. And you have all of these truthers, you know, Ian Carroll, who makes amazing videos. Like Behold the Pale Horse. Yeah, again. So when I see books like that, right? Anytime it's a book actually, my immediate thought is who published the book? Who were the publishers? Like if you've never tried to publish a book, you kind of don't understand, and you have that excuse, right? But most people don't get it. Like the average Goyim, you can't just publish a book. You can't just say, I wrote the greatest masterpiece ever, let me take it to a publisher, and they'll be like, oh my God, you wrote the greatest masterpiece ever. The only unforgivable sin is blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. Fuck you, fuck Jesus, fuck your God, fuck all of that stupid fairy tale bullshit. Huh? Nope, no lightning, nope. Jesus identifies as the one sinner. I mean, seriously, think about this. Think about like the insanity of this guy is talking about supposedly 2,000 years ago, thinner. You're a thinner. Like, talk about a control scheme, right? And the control scheme's main thing is like, you better not talk bad about the control scheme. Oh boy. If you ask questions, you talk bad about the control scheme, you are going to fucking, that's the unforgivable sin. You'll have your time with him. Was that some sort of threat from one of you dumb friars? I don't know if you're paying attention, but you guys are losing. Like this has been the greatest sort of like, what the fuck were you thinking thing ever? Because nobody supports you, right? Nobody supports anything Israel. Nobody. No, nobody outside the circle, I should say. Nobody outside of the benefactors. And your arrogance has just it's always been your downfall, but now it's even crazier. The world is toxic. Drink, drugs, swearing, and abuse. Oh yeah, can't say swear words. Oh no, not some fucking swear words. Oh, I don't like, I'm an adult, but I try to say that these words are bad. What if you use them in another language? What if I'm swearing in another language, but you don't know I'm doing it? Like, isn't it funny how your average Christian thinks that the problem is drinking, drugs, and swearing, not the child rape that happens by the clergy pretty consistently. You stand with Israel because you're a pedophile piece of shit. This will be the second time I called you a pedophile. You going to deny it? So this is the dumbass. Thank you, Trump, for closing the border, fighting fentanyl, loving our military, and loving America. Like, these are the kind of things that your Trump supporter says because they don't have anything legitimate. Like, at the end of the day, they know they're supporting a pedophile. The only way you can know you're supporting a pedophile and be okay with it is if you're a pedophile. And I don't say that like lightly or, sort of facetiously or anything like that. I say that very, very confidently. I think if you're a Trump supporter, there's a very good chance you have pictures on your phone, on your computer, something like that, that you wouldn't want people to see. There's no way you can support a pedophile if you're not a pedophile. Trump could be giving us free gas. And if I found out that it's because he's a pedophile trying to buy you off, no, kill him. Kill him. Right? But it's the same, obviously the friars, the themish people, they're going to support a pedo like Trump because their entire organization, their entire cult, the foundation of it is pedophilia. Right? The foundation of it is pedophilia. That's why you don't see them ever coming out about it. You never see them protesting it, and actually, if anything, you see them attacking someone like me who is calling it out, right? But again, they distract you so much. They distract you with Epstein. They distract you with Trump talking about Jesus and God and all that shit. Like, seriously. The fact that Christians don't get mad about that. What's he on his third marriage? How many times has he paid someone off to keep quiet? He's a warmonger. He's as dishonest as it gets. Like, if he was innocent and he was honest, he'd be like, yeah, release those fucking files. Release the files immediately. Let's get all the people that are in that shit and in trouble and identified and all that. Yeah, I'm not worried about protecting them. They've lived a really good life. It's like the drug dealer, right? The drug dealer can't complain when the drug dealer's in prison. You rolled that dice. You knew what you were getting into. And to live the life that you led, that you didn't really earn, you got to pay for it. Everything has to be paid for one way or another. It's the same thing with the friars, man. A lot of us know about the $3.8 billion a year. A lot of us know about a lot of their, the $3.8 billion a year is just the initial, like, guaranteed cash payment that they get. It's $3.8 billion a year cash in a lump sum payment. No strings attached, no regulations, nothing. What's up, James? But like that's just a small piece. People don't talk about just how much money we spend on Israel. And I don't think anybody actually does, right? Because most people will talk about all that stuff and the aid and you know, and the weapons and all that stuff. Israel gets like $12 billion a year. But everybody sort of forgets about the fact that we have to pay the Abraham Accords every year. Paying out whatever deals are associated with the Abraham Accords, that's more money that goes to Israel. But like I say, it's not free. As fucked up as it sounds, it's not free. They have to pay for it. And they pay for it in the most atrocious ways. Right? They pay for it in ways that are, you know, it's worse than anything you can imagine. The whole soul correction, bottom of darkness, ritualistic essay that they practice on their own children is nightmare fuel, man. It's really, really disgusting. And look at those that are associated with it, like freaking out. Come on, guys, we gotta report this. Come on, guys. We don't want this kind of information getting out. We don't want the Goyim to wake up and realize what's happening. They don't debunk what I'm saying. Right? There's no debunking anything I'm saying. It's just crybaby. And it's you know, he's even acknowledging I'm making stuff up. I reported him for harmful acts. Yeah, that makes sense. All the harmful acts going on in the feed. Because when they do come check out your report and they see that there's some dude talking, what are you talking about? Just the tip indeed. But this is again, like, think about it. It's the kid in class who's like, I'm the biggest badass. I'm so tough. I'm so tough. And somebody steps up like, all right, let's check it. Let's see how tough you are. And they go, teacher. You know, if I'm wrong, then it should be obvious. You were just smoking a bong. So we know that that's an Israeli bot. We know that this profile is an Israeli bot because they joined a month ago and have no subscribers. But the bots always call bowls bongs. Anybody who's ever had anything to do with weed knows that this is not a bong. But this is the kind of shit that the program can't distinguish between the two. Right? The program was programmed to see them as bongs. So they all say bongs. That's not a real person. Right? That's not a real fucking person. This is just another Israeli bot. And for those that don't understand, I'm going to explain it to you. I know I'm so used to saying these things that I kind of just assume everybody knows it. But I do remember, I remind myself that that's not the case. So, well, first of all, we got to do this in order. So first of all, we go to YouTube and we pull up Naftali Bennett. Naftali Bennett being about as high ranking of an Israeli as you can get. From June of 2021 to June of 2022, he was the Prime Minister of Israel. You know, IDF, he's as high ranking as it gets. And here he is talking to the IsraelNationalNews.com. Okay?
With My Israel, metzitzia in conjunction with My Israel has arranged instruction day for wiki editors. The goal of the day is to teach people how to edit in Wikipedia, which is the #1 source of information today in the world. As a way of example, if someone searches the Gaza flotilla, we want to be there. We want to be the guys who influence what is written there, how it's written, and to ensure that it's balanced and Zionist in nature.
I came here to learn.
Okay, so when I then, from here on out, I use Wikipedia as my main source. Understand that I do that, one, because it's the source that everybody has access to. There's no secret, dark web connection that you need to have. You need to know the password. You need to do this. You need to do that. You need to be a computer guy to figure this out. No. This is on what is considered the #1 informative website in the this is the encyclopedia digitized. That's all it is. And it might not be 100% true, but according to them, it's the truth that Israel wants us to know. Well, Israel doesn't really exist, right? Israel is not a real. Israel's just a construct. So it's not Israel doing anything. Israel is, that's stupid. And if you're watching, like, share, and sub, right? There you go, pedos. The pedo keeps, I'm a pedo. He keeps screaming it. There you go. But, so you see that, again, it might not be the absolute truth, but anything on Wikipedia, especially stuff that has to do with friars, is going to be the truth that the friars want us to know. He just acknowledged that, okay? So, we go to Wikipedia, and we pull up Team Jorge. Team Jorge. Okay. Team Jorge is the name given to an outfit of Israeli contractors specialized in the use of malign cyber activities, including hacking, sabotage, and bot farm-run social media disinformation campaigns to manipulate the outcomes of aims. Uh-oh. Looks like they don't like this. The group was exposed in February of 2023 after an award-winning undercover operation by journalists from Israel and France as part of a consortium of investigative journalists that actually includes journalists from France, Germany, Indonesia, Israel, Kenya, Spain, Tanzania, and the United States. That's the consortium. Like, share, sub, guys. Like, share, sub. Apparently, I've only been live for 1 minute, according to the video. So it makes you wonder just how much they're going to edit out. They're editing my video in real time. Do you understand that? They're editing. I mean, I think everybody can agree that I've been on for longer than 1 minute, 38 seconds, right? Why would it say that if they're not editing my shit in real time? The organization has been active since at least 2015 and boasts of having manipulated 33 presidential elections worldwide. Gotta love that 33 shoved in there. Many of them in Africa, and in 27 cases with successful results. Because you are so important, obviously. I mean, I wouldn't walk around saying that, but the evidence seems pretty obvious, so I'd be foolish not to. If I'm an evidence-based person, and it's, I don't sit here and say shit based off of feelings and whatnot. It's evidence-based. Well, the evidence shows something that I'm super important, right? Cough, cough, COVID sauce. Yep, that's me. Oh, thanks for the reminder. Let's do some COVID sauce. I don't play that. Well, see, the problem is that one's on the newer playlist, or that one's on the older playlist, and I'm gonna play the newer one. But we're gonna start with COVID. Knock, knock. Who's there? COVID sauce. COVID sauce. Who? COVID sauce is all over your everything, and now you and your family are going to die. Weird is weird, and that's okay. Normal to normal. Okay, so manipulated 33 presidential elections worldwide, many of them in Africa, and in 27 cases with successful results. So what this is saying is that this one Israeli Black Ops organization, that's what this is, an Israeli Black Ops organization, it's just one, has manipulated a presidential election 33 times on record. And out of those 33 times, 27 times they were successful. So 82% of the time that this one Israeli Black Ops organization tries to manipulate elections, presidential elections, they're successful. Let's see. Hey, bro, Jesus and whatnot, yeah, I'm gonna debate you. Only talk about Christians want to debate you, but here we are. If you debate them, you will not be seen as a coward by us Christians, as the people on your side. We'll see you as a better man. Yeah, go fuck yourself. I'm not worried about your judgment there, Christians. You sound pretty judgy. Anybody wants to debate me, you are more than welcome to. Nothing is stopping you. Nothing is preventing you from debating me. You can come on here and say anything you'd like. And if it works, it works. Like, I will read your dumb shit like I just read that guy's dumb shit, right? But this is the best that they're gonna do. Stupid little, like, they love to talk about how they would debate or how they have debunked what I've said tons of times. Okay, well, give us an example. I've done it before. I'm not gonna say it again. Okay. Have you ever thought maybe you're right? That's why you're getting no debates. It's exactly what it is. You know, But again, there's nothing stopping these people. They could come in here and start really good points, and I'd be like, oh shit. And the thing is, I love when people try to act like it's a hindrance. You know, like that it's this scenario that I have the feed and then you guys are typing. But the reality is, you have all the advantages. You're the one that can fuck up, that can be, I can say something that fucks your whole world up, and you're like, oh, and you get shook by it, and nobody knows. You could just walk away and nobody will even know. If you said something I couldn't handle, it'd be written all over my face. Everybody'd see it. And if I tried to avoid it, or you'd call me out on it. All I'm the one that's shooting from the hip. I'm the one that has to be on 100% of the time. You can sit there and think about what you want to say. You can come up with something really good. You can, make sure it's spelled right. Make sure you get your yours and your theirs right. And you could really put me in my place, but it never seems to work out that way. Look, bros, too chicken. Okay, DN me and debate me or debate Jesus and whatnot on Catholicism. Again, how am I, I'm supposed to be like, oh shit, I'm literally doing something where you could come here, but I'm supposed to go somewhere else? Why? You don't matter to me enough. And it's not like, you would actually entertain it. There's no way that there would be an actual debate. And the proof is in this. If you really think you're good at this, why aren't you just saying so? Why aren't you just making your arguments? I'm too chicken. When I'm supposed to be like Michael J. Fox, nobody calls me chicken. Fuck do I care? We know that you're cowards. You guys hide behind the dumbest shit already to begin with. What's going on there, little girlie? What you doing? Our mindsets, not our mindsets, but okay, fair. Look at this, so stupid. That's the cowardly shit right there, right? Right? That's what I'm talking about. They have nothing. They have nothing. Why wouldn't you, at the very least, come through and try to make it seem like you have something to offer? I'm supposed to DM somebody. I'm supposed to go through some effort to try to debate with morons. I want you to make me look bad on my feed. I want you to make me look bad to my people. But see, this is that cowardly shit that they do, where they say, well, we tried. We offered and he wouldn't come. Yeah, right. Come on. You need to go potty. You know how this works. Yeah. Go potty? Go on. Go play. All right. Carol What's up, Carol in England? Think about this too. So this person apparently knows me, right? Knows who I am. You're always wanting this. You're always saying this. So you clearly watch from the shadows. And what? Belch. Why does a New Jersey-sized country have more human skin than China and India? Oh, look, we have Mark said, I hope you take your meds today. You took your meds today. There we go. I'm so glad you guys brought me back. So Mark is doing the other side of it. Now, is Mark a bot? Mark joined 9 years ago and has no subscribers. So Mark might actually be a part of the act.il side of things. And I'll show you guys what that is in a minute. But their activities were revealed following a 2022 sting operation in Tel Aviv carried out by 3 undercover journalists who posed as prospective clients and filmed their interactions with Tal, Tal, Hanan, Hanan, the group's leader and former Israeli Special Forces operative, in which he explained the inner workings of the organization. He said that they'd existed for more than 2 decades and had been engaged in propaganda and disinformation activities in more than 30 countries, which makes more sense, right? Claiming 33 presidential elections, it would only make sense that you would be around for a couple decades. Their services have been available to government intelligence agencies, political campaigns, and private companies that wish to covertly manipulate public opinion. Think about that. I'm reading to you a Wikipedia page that acknowledges Israel uses backdoor channels and secretly controls, uses bot farms to manipulate social media to the point where they're claiming that they manipulate presidential elections, and that's not enough to warrant an investigation. How many times you seen Sucker Dick talk about how proud he is that they were able to eliminate 1,000 bot farm profiles out of China or 800 out of Philippines or something like that. They always do that shit, right? You never hear him talk about Israel, yet this is literally telling you that they have a service for hire that anybody with $6 million can hire them to covertly manipulate public opinion. Do you know how fucked up that is? One of the organization's primary tools is a software package called Advanced Impact Media Solutions, or AIMS. The software automates centralized control of thousands of thousands of fake social media profiles across the board. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, whatever. And the thing is, so the Wikipedia is just a summary. If you actually read the articles, they talk about how, you know, that consortium of journalists, all those different countries, all those nerds working in all those different press rooms and shit that have been connected to this kind of shit forever, they all said, look, we've never seen anything like this. We've never seen any sort of technology. It's not fair to call them bots because they're too advanced for that. The same bot profile can exist on Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, all of that, and all be controlled by seemingly the same person avatar. They said it's better to call them avatars. And they also say that they can create as many as 30,000, this is back in 2022, mind you, that they could create as many as 30,000 bot profiles at any time. Astronauts to the moon. Come on. Nobody's ever gone to the moon. Nobody ever will. It's not some place you can go to. So that is the digital side of things, right? And for the longest time, well, for the last few years, that was supposedly the one that I mean, again, Team Jorge got exposed. They didn't get like destroyed. They just told the world. It was like a big flex for them. They just big advertiser. They just told the world. And again, it's Friar newspapers. It was just a way for them to advertise their services, really, and sort of brag and flex to people like me who actually look and try to fight this. Well, this is one of those. Look, it's not really. Were you hoping for that response? Astronauts to the moon. Meh, 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 meh. So, Team Jorge is the automated, digitized side of things. But what they've also done is created a way for average friars to make money, to be given prizes and shit without it just being a gift. They're technically earning it, right? And this one is actually this one. I don't know which one's more important, Act.il or Team Jorge. Because Team Jorge is just huge, but Act.il is a social networking service used by supporters of Israel to oppose online anti-Israel content, quote, such as the Boycott, Divestments, and Sanctions Movement, BDS. Its activities were referred to as, quote, an online propaganda campaign and, quote, a virtual situation room for pro-Israel experts. Act.il, this is super important. Like, I just cannot stress how important this shit is. The pen is mightier than the sword. And so this was written out. You have to understand, like, the weight, the weight of this story. This is just not just words on paper or words on a screen. This is reality. Like, this is fucking reality. And the reality is, Act.il directed. So what you have to understand too is this article is old. I don't know how old it is, but it's old. It's also one of these articles that's completely locked. So there is no editing it. Not from, our Goyim perspective. Those behind why won't it fucking focus? See that? Those behind the scenes can edit, but we can't. So this page was virtually the same for years. I've been reading you guys this page for a couple of years now. I don't even remember how I stumbled across it, but it definitely wasn't because Ian Carroll or Stu Peters or Nick Fuentes or any of the other truthers that are allowed to have these huge fucking feeds where they live well, they make a lot of money, they're famous for it, and yet they say worse things than I do, or more. They're more informative than I am about the surface, right? They give you names and companies, and Ian Carroll gave you a goddamn website, right? But at the end of the day, every single one of them, Jake GTV makes some great fucking videos. Shapiro Steen, shut him down. And if you look at the numbers that these videos get, it's outrageous. It's definitely not 6 viewers and 10 likes. Right? Are Mexicans welcome here? Mexicans are amazing. Why wouldn't Mexicans be welcome here?
By all of the trouble that continuously continues to double when the conspiracy is exposed to the muggles. They tighten the muzzle when we think we are free. You shave off the stubble of the beer we perceive. Coddles and cuddles, the shit we believe saves us from the struggle, yet it clearly deceives.
But this article was old, and it said the same thing for years. About 6 weeks ago, I read this article at least once a week. You know, more, more often than not, it was once a day. But at least once a week, I've read this article. And around 6 weeks ago, it had been a few days since I read the article. And so I went here and I looked, and it used to say act.il was a social networking service. And as soon as I read the is, I was like, wait, what? I saw the change. But it's funny because if you read the rest of the article, it's still written in the past tense. Like, they're so lazy that they made the little change so I could see it. I don't know anybody else that's reading this shit every day. Never heard anybody else talk about it. So it had to be for me. But I noticed it. And so when you hear the rest of this article, you'll hear shit like, act.il directed instead of directs. But this is super important. Act.il directed its users to, quote, missions to like, comment on, and share pro-Israel material on social media. It also asked users to flag, report, and respond to criticisms of Israel. You've literally seen it on here a bunch of times already. Right? You've seen the cry, I'm reporting you. I'm reporting you. Same shit. The difference being when they're dumb enough to say bomb, and then you look and, oh, look, that profile's only been active for a month and has 0 subscribers. Like, that kind of shit gives it away. But users were guided how to respond, which might entail writing a reply using the provided talking points. So, like that guy said, the reason I'm actually reading this, the Mark fucking moron, Mark's profile again, been here 9 years, has no subscribers. He said, hope you took your meds today. Take your meds is like a mantra for them. You know? To them, mental illness is a joke, is funny. When you think about old cartoons and shit, right? How many old cartoons had somebody with a mental illness being abused that was supposed to be funny? You know, the one that always pops in my head is the Bats in the Belfry cartoon. Bats in the Belfry. You know that cartoon? The two cats, there's the tall, skinny one who is, kind of like he's this guy. Then there's the shorter, fatter one. But then there's the one that's clearly retarded. And they hit him all the time, and he nods his head and shit. Like, you see this same character has been presented to us forever. And it wasn't until we started, being like, hey, when the Goyim started getting more and more control of things, or at least be given the illusion of control, when it wasn't just the 6 families run Hollywood with an iron fist and everyone knows it. Well, when it sort of started to change is when you start seeing us go, hey, the retarded character isn't funny. Nobody should be abusing the retarded character. Why is that such a common thing in all of your movies and stuff? And it's because mental illness is a joke to them, one, very commonplace, two, but also it's their only thing. They can't legitimately justify anything about their cult. Go away. They can't justify any of their beliefs, any of their procedures, any of their anything, right? They can't justify that shit with logic, with reason, with explanation. And the only thing they can really hold on to ever is, oh, you have mental problems. You have a mental illness. If you don't buy what we're selling, it's because you have a mental illness. Not that the product is bad. Nothing like that. It's because there's something wrong with you for asking these questions. That's what they constantly tell you. You know? You would think our society would be like, yeah, we're so proud of ourselves because we don't accommodate pedophilia. We actively try to kill these fucking people, right? Yeah. Is having subscribers a requirement for YouTube? Yep. See, again, it's like you have stupidity. It's either stupidity or that, like, who said it was a requirement? It's a legitimizer. And if you're not somebody that's looked into things and gotten deep into this, you might still be on the fringe. But when you understand Team Jorge, like I've already shown you, Team Jorge exists. You know, what they do is create bots to interfere with people like me. I don't think all of these piece of shit pedo friars just happen to stumble across my feed. Do you really think that's what's happening? All these people just happen to stumble across my feed and then keep coming back to get more and more abuse. Hmm? Okay. Right? But let's continue, just so you understand what I'm saying. They give them the provided talking points. So again, the whole mental illness thing. Yeah, it's so hard to do this without doing it properly, so we got to just do it properly. So what people don't auto-emancipation, right? Auto-emancipation. This is most of the people that you hear talk about anything that has to do with this kind of shit will tell you that, it all starts with the 1916 Balfour Declaration. The Balfour Declaration. It's the Balfour Declaration. 1916. It really should be the Rothschild Declaration, but they had Balfour put his name on it, so it wasn't so obvious. But the ugh. Yuck. Cha-ching. Auto-emancipation. This is where, again, it's like it's funny how I know about this and all the other truthers who are allowed to have their huge feeds, apparently they don't know about this. Apparently they all read from the same script. They all tell you the same thing. Auto-emancipation? Well, no, it's all about the Balfour Declaration. Right? But the auto-emancipation is a pamphlet written in German, anonymously, written in German by Russian, Polish, friar doctor who was only a doctor because he had gone to law school, gotten his law degree, but friars weren't allowed to practice law in Russia at the time, so he decided to be a doctor instead. Right? That makes sense. That's how that works. And of course, it was anonymous when it was printed. It was only assigned to him, attributed to him later in life, maybe even after his death. I don't know, but it's activist Leon Pinsker in 1882. What? Come on then. If you want to come in, come in. What you doing? Come on. Come on. Come on, Tula Fish. Come on. Come on, Tula. Tula, eat something. Come on, baby. Come on. That's a good girl. Come on. Oh, good girl. But I like chewing sticks. Go. Go, you turd. Go get Nick. You go tell Nick it's time to get up. Go. Go, little Goyle. Go, little Goyle. Yeah, move. You freaking weirdo. All right. Let's go. Puppy time.
Hi, puppy. Oh, yeah, Pete. Marvin's coming in. We can sort up. I really gotta pee.
Stop it.
Stop it.
Tula.
Tula.
Stop that.
You take it to
So I was upset with Brian since we were supposed to be
In the fridge?
But like how becomes
Yeah, that's it. That's the baking powder.
misconstrued. So I was like, dude, this my feelings were hurt. It wasn't meant to be rude.
Hello.
I like a girl that opened my eyes to all of the stupid
Um. So Leon Pinsker in 1882. It is considered a founding document of modern friar nationalism, especially Zionism. Come on, dude. You got to teach her better than that. No man should be on the inside when she's walking. You tell the man he needs to get on the outside and protect you. Hi, baby girl. I like your dress. Can I borrow it? Why? I will look pretty in that dress, don't you think? Oh, come on, that's not nice. Don't you think the dress would match my eyes? That's not very nice. You're welcome. Pinsker discusses the origins of anti-Semitism and argued for friar self-rule and the development of a friar national consciousness. He wrote that friars would never become the social equals of Goyim until they had a state of their own. He called on friar leaders to convene and address the problem. In the pamphlet, he describes anti-friar attacks as a psychosis, a pathological disorder, and an irrational phobia. You see how that works? Nothing is legitimate. Nothing is based in reality. It's all psychosis and pathological disorders and irrational phobias. And come get this puppy, yo. She's in the kitchen. She's in the kitchen with Dwayne. But so when you see that these friars to this day continue to operate from the same playbook, it shows you multiple things. It shows you, one, just how stupid they are. You know? They're fucking stupid. They're not capable of adapting. They're not capable of being the supreme this, that, and the other that they believe themselves to be. They're just dumb. And you see it in my feed pretty consistently, right? You see that these same tactics, these mental issues, that is literally all you will ever see anybody argue, right? It's mental issues. Look at, we have some dumbass, let's see, 12 years ago, 6 subscribers. So this dumbass falls into the act.il category. But why would you ever love a group of pedophiles? You understand that their whole thing is pedophilic, right? Anyway, mental illness. That's where the provided talking points comes into play. They're taught through the secure community network, through the yeshivas, through to not to engage with us because they can't win. They're never going to win an intelligent argument regarding their belief structure, regarding their cult. It's impossible. Right? It's impossible for them to win. Okay, let's send this to. I forgot about Leah. Oh, I forget about Leah. I don't know. I did it though. Karen finally got allowed to come back, huh, Karen? Gosh, it's been 20, 30 minutes. The app also provided users with ready-made memes promoting Israel's perspective for them to share. By completing the mission, users earned points, unlocked badges, which are prizes, and had their scores displayed on leaderboards. According to Plus 972, which is one of Israel's main propaganda sort of news website sources, Act.il was the centerpiece of a digital campaign called 4IL. Move, dummy. Called 4IL. Announced in 2017 by Gilad Erdan, then Minister of Strategic Affairs, for the promotion of Israel and the delegitimization, every time, of boycott, divestments, and sanctions, BDS. Again, pay attention. The Act.il app would assign users missions to challenge social media posts it considered to be critical of Israel or in favor of the BDS movement, which it views as or in favor of the BDS movement. Erdan called it an iron dome of truth. This isn't my conspiracy theory. This isn't a conspiracy theory. This is a fact. It's right here. Not only do they have this type of program set up, everybody knows about it. Everybody fucking knows. Act.il was a joint project of the private Israeli university, IDC Herzliya, and the US-based Israeli-American Council. The Maccabee Task Force, one of Sheldon Adelson's foundations, is a major funder of Act.il. That is so important. People just don't understand how important that is. The number one donors to the Trump campaign are the Adelsons. He's dead, but Miriam Adelson, you've seen her paraded around quite a bit in the recent years. Trump fucking called her out at one of their press conferences, where he was like, Miriam, she has $60 billion in the bank. She supports Israel more than the United States. He says, Sheldon would call me and say, I need to speak to you. And I would say, Sheldon, I'm the president of the United States. That's not how this works. And he would just show up and come in the office and close the door. And they're the main reasons why I took the Golan Heights. They're the main reasons why I moved the capital of Israel to Jerusalem. Missions equal jobs, points makes prizes. Wake up, people. Right. Yep, I've been via all sorts of wild feeds and sites, minus about 10 minutes. The rest was being detoured. So again, that's somebody who knows what's going on, knows about this feed, wants to be here, and yet is prevented by the system itself. The system itself is saying, no, Karen, you can't be here. Sorry. I know you want to watch this feed, but you're not allowed to. Think about how fucking crazy that is. So we have Sheldon Adelson in the mix. Again, the guy was the main funder, or the family that's the main funder of Trump, gave him over $100 million for his campaigns and shit. One of the main funders of Trump is also one of the main funders of an organization that encourages Israelis or friars to attack people via social media and then pays them to do it. You don't think there's like even if you're a dumbass Trump supporter, you don't think that's weird? You have no issue with that? Just like you have no issue with sending American children off to die? Not children, American kids, I mean, by the time you're my age, those 18, 19, 20, they're kids. You're cool with sending kids off to die for Israel, so what would you care about the rest of it, right? The organization behind act.il is staffed by former intelligence officers and has a collegial relationship with the Israeli intelligence community. It had a close relationship with Israel's Minister of Strategic Affairs, which combats the BDS movement, which it views as a threat. See, I was reading it. Got a call back in 2 minutes. I'll keep the feed open. Yeah, good luck with that. It has a close relationship with Israel's Minister of Strategic Affairs, which I just read that. Now, this used to be the last paragraph. Prior to 6 weeks ago, this is how this article ended. According to Mendo Weiss, an email sent in March of 2022 to the app's users announced that the app would be shut down, but the users should still continue to interact with act.il's content on its other social media platforms. So, as they were orchestrating the October 7th false flag where no Israelis were killed or taken hostage outside of the Hannibal Directive, they were like, we need to kind of shut the paper trail down a little bit. So, we still want you guys doing what you do, but you're going to have to go through other channels to get it, to make that happen. You know, it's not saying they disbanded it. They just said they sort of went into hiding a little bit. The new end paragraph that's been here for about 6 weeks says the application was relaunched in early 2026 under the name Rise App, RISEAPP, capital APP, all one word, with the former act.il owners partnering with Reichman University. You know, who else needs extra money? Who else is very computer, savvy, very efficient with the computer, but also, going to sit around on the computer and earn, you can sit around trolling Goyim and earn money for it. Who other than fucking university students is going to really, really thrive in that environment? For partnering with Reichman University for the release and also transferring the former act.il user base to the new service. The user base of 40,000 plus users. This user base is larger than what Team Jorge was said to be able to create. I don't know how many shares this fucking feed has at this point. How many of you have clicked share and then clicked Facebook and said, this guy's crazy. Come tell him how he's crazy. Whatever you have to do. How is it we only have 4 people? 10 likes, 4 viewers, 2,500 plus subscribers. Make it make sense, people. So when you hit see also on this page, it shows you Hasbara, which Hasbara used to translate to propaganda, but they didn't like that much. So now they say it roughly translates to explain. But it's their like on the books propaganda campaign that they openly talk about using propaganda to manipulate us into liking them. The other thing it says is the Megaphone desktop tool. This is an interesting one. The Megaphone desktop tool was a Windows action alert tool developed by Give Israel Your United Support, GIYUS, and distributed by World Union of Friar Students, World Friar Congress, the Friar Agency for Israel, World Zionist Organization, Stand With Us, Hasbara Fellowships, Honest Reporting, and other pro-Israel public relations organizations. All of these different organizations were promoting this one app, this one tool. Imagine if you were the proprietor of that tool. That'd be pretty nice, wouldn't it? Morning. Yes, I know they've been attacking you. Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. The tool was released in July during the 2006 Lebanon War. By June 2011, the tool was no longer available, though GIYUS through the GIYUS website. An RSS news feed is available. So it's not telling you what this does. So the Megaphone desktop tool acted as a wrapper around an RSS feed from the GIYUS website. Originally, it gave the user the option of going to a particular site with a poll, and if the user chooses to go to the site, the software then casts a vote automatically when this is technically feasible, but the feature has been discontinued. So what this was a program that would seek out anything that had like a poll or a something somewhere where people were, where you could vote on something, where you could fill out a survey, where you could do anything that was pro-Israel. If something was like something that could be pro or negative Israel, something pro-Israel needed votes, something like that. This software would automatically find any of those around the world through your profile and sign you up, cast your vote, make positive comments, any of that for Israel, for the friars. And this is launched during 2006. So from 2006, even if they were sleeping, any friar that has this software on their computer is now an agent for the system. And anytime anything pops up that involves Israel or anything friar, the software automatically acts on the user's behalf. And they might not even know it ever happened. I mean, it's just so fucking insane. See also brings up act.io. Maybe that's how I found it. I don't remember. No, I found the desktop tool later. Act.il, internet activism, Hasbara, media coverage of the Arab-Israeli conflict, watchdog journalism, media bias, honest reporting, Committee for Accuracy in the Middle East Reporting in America, 50 Cent Party. Isn't that weird? Think about this. Do you think there's a committee for accuracy in Chinese reporting? Or in reporting on China? Do you think there's the same thing for like Zimbabwe and Somalia or any of the countries that aren't, you know, like the idea that they have, like there has to be all of these organizations regarding Israel because all they do is lie. You know, that's the thing. And most of these organizations that call themselves like the Committee for Accuracy in Middle East Reporting in America and the Honest Reporting group, they're not like unbiased. They're pro-Israel groups. So what their actual purpose is to find stuff that makes Israel look bad and try to attack it. Try to get it taken down because that's not honest reporting. You're not doing honest reporting. Like one of my favorite things that they keep doing. What's up, Barry? Shroud of Turin has Indian original. Shroud of Turin's fake. One of my favorite things they keep doing is claiming that anything that you hear that the news reports that puts Israel in a bad light or whatever, that is Hamas. That's Hamas propaganda. That's Hamas. Hamas is fake news. Hamas is, you know. How could Hamas ever like the idea that somehow Hamas has secretly infiltrated news outlets and then is getting fake fucking stories reported about Israel or fake stuff put into Wikipedia about Israel or anything like that. Like it's just a joke. You know, you say that the Shroud of Turin has India original. The Shroud of Turin has India original. I'm not really sure what you mean by that. But anything that has to do with Jesus and shit like that, like, how can you be from India? How can you be from a place like Budapest and shit like that? Where clearly, a much more advanced version of us existed there at some point. And for all we know, you know, all that is just that's what everywhere used to look like. You know, it just didn't escape the, you know, it's just that those places escaped the destruction somehow. But when you look at the temples and India, it's just insane. The architecture and you know, just what exists there, what is evidence of what's possible, yet we couldn't do it if we wanted to. But this is the stupid that they bring to my page. Like, it's so fucking weird. And more than anything, I appreciate it because I hope that the people that might be watching that are on the fence or new here or whatever, and they're like, well, this guy kind of makes sense, but I don't know. Like, I'm not supposed to think this way. Why is it I have detractors? Obviously, there are detractors here. Yet they don't engage in any of the things I'm talking about. It's always just stupid, weird shit. If I was wrong about something, I say this all the time. Look, if I was sitting here telling you guys the secret to the fucking world peace, to fix all the problems, to make the world a better place, is unicorn poop, do you think I would have a bunch of people still avoiding the point? Do you think they would still, you know, try to talk about anything but what I'm saying? Or would they jump all over it and be like, you moron, unicorn poop. There's not even such a thing as unicorns, let alone the idea that their poop can blah, blah, blah. Like all the shit that you could come up with. Do you think they would just stay quiet or they would attack me like they rightfully should? But they don't. They don't sit here and single out anything I'm talking about that's incorrect. And I ask them to. I beg them to. Please, help me get better. I get better the more I'm wrong. I wouldn't be where I am today. I wouldn't think like I do today if I wasn't wrong. The beauty of being wrong is why I am where I am. Because I had the wherewithal, I had the social awareness, I had the security in myself to be wrong and say, okay, just because I was wrong about something doesn't mean I'm wrong. You know, doesn't mean I'm bad. It just means I've been tricked or I've been misguided or misled. You guys don't do that. You guys get told you're wrong and you get all upset and start defending the wrong thing like you have money invested in it or some shit. Nobody in their right mind sees a feed with six watchers and 13 likes and thinks, oh, that's normal. How many subscribers? Oh, 2,500? Yeah, that's totally normal. Just be honest. That's all I want you to do. Be honest. What else can I... The funny thing is the YouTube page is actually better than the band page, even though the band page is bigger. The band page on Facebook has over 6,000 following. 6,000 plus people at some point were like, I really like what this weirdo's talking about. This guy's crazy, but he's, you know, I want to know when this guy is doing things. I'm going to follow this page. And yet if I go live on that, I'm lucky to get, you know, I think at one point the count got up to 6. But for the most part, if I'm speaking to one person, that's, you know, 2 is like, holy shit. How is that even possible outside of censorship? And then, you know, numerous people will pop in and be like, holy shit, I didn't know you were still around. I've been looking for you. I couldn't find your shit. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, Karen's clearly kicked off of this feed right now. Eventually she'll make her way back and be like, what the fuck, I was kicked off. But she'd be talking. Oh, wait, she might still be on her phone call. So maybe I'm wrong. What is this 50 Cent party? 50 Cent Party, also known as 50 Cent Army, are internet commenters who are paid by the authorities of the People's Republic of China to spread the propaganda of the governing Chinese Communist Party. The program was created during the early phases of the internet's rollout in the wider public in China. In October 2004, the local CCP propaganda department of Changsha started hiring internet commenters in one of the earliest known uses of professional internet commenters. Or commentators, sorry. In March 2005, the Ministry of Education enacted a systemic censorship of Chinese college bulletin boards, bulletin board systems, BBS. The popular Little Lily BBS, run by Nanjing University, was forced to close. As a new system was prepared to be launched, school officials hired students as part-time web commentators, paid from the university's work-study funds, to search the forum for undesirable information and actively counter it with party-friendly viewpoints. In the following months, party leaders from Jiangxi began hiring their own teams. By mid-2007, web commentator teams recruited by schools and party organizations were common across China. Shanghai Normal University, it's a weird fucking name, Hi, I'm a journalist from the Middle East. Wouldn't that be cool? It'd be weird to think you have one subscriber and have only been around for 9 months, but hey, if you're a journalist from the Middle East, understand you got the story, buddy. You found the story. What do you do with the story is up to you. But you found the story. Rathbone put out a video talking about they reported him so many for a firearms violation. He got a firearms violation on one of his videos. The guy sitting there talking, no guns involved, like fucking stupid. But this is what they do. Shanghai Normal University employed undergraduates to monitor for signs of dissent and post on university forums. These commentators not only operate within political discussions, but also general discussions. Afterwards, some schools and local governments also started to build similar teams. Let's see, this is all. I mean, it's like, it's pretty small time, but it's also in December 2014, a Chinese blogger hacked into and published all email archives for the Internet Propaganda Department of Zhangjiang District in Gaozu, including over 2,700 emails of the 50 Cent Party commentators. For instance, on January 16, 2014, Xi Jinping, Secretary of Gaozu branch of the CCP, held a televised internet exchange in which he answered questions from local news website forum. 50 Cent Party commentators were instructed to post 7 discussion points, such as, I really admire Party Secretary Xi. What a capable and effective party secretary. I hope he can come and be the father of Gaozu for years to come. That's silly. Seems weird that I would be looking into something that has to do with Israel and they would be like, look what China does. Look what China does. And China's thing, you know, because I can hear the dumbass. But China's thing seemed to be about manipulating China. It wasn't about how do we attack anybody around the world who says anything bad about us. It's just so weird. Like, me being me, knowing that I am right, that I'm righteous, that I'm on the good side of things, I don't ever encourage anybody to, like, attack my detractors. You know, they used to make pages, Facebook pages geared towards me specifically. And there would be people that'd be like, we need to shut those pages down. And I'd say, absolutely not. Like, why would you ever shut those pages down? The more negative press that exists about me, the better. Because I know that anybody that, you know, believes the negative press and then comes my way to try to, you know, I saw stuff on you, comes to my feed or whatever and talk shit. It won't take long before they realize, like, they've been duped. Right? I don't think anybody with a sound mind or anything like that. I think anybody that isn't, you know, friar based, if just given the opportunity to know the things that I know, they're going to think like I do. How could you not? So I encourage you, you know, I've always encouraged the trolls to share it. Like, share, sub, man. Dislike, do whatever you got to do. But share the feed. Bring in people who are more capable than you are, because obviously you suck at this. You know, if that really was a journalist from the Middle East, you're seeing something you've never seen before. Tell me you've seen pages before where somebody has 4 watchers and 15 likes. 2,500 plus subscribers. Tell me about those other people. I'd love to talk to some other people that experience the same thing. Because I've never seen anybody else like this. I've never seen anybody else put in this position. I also never see anybody saying the same things I say. If you can show me the other person that's been talking about act.il, believe me, I want to find that person. Believe me, I want to exchange ideas with that person and, you know, like, what have you experienced? What do you think? What kind of, you know, what actions do you think you know, what can you come up with? Do you need to take her out? Okay. Then play with her. Well, I challenge, like I'm not the guy that avoids the challenge. I had somebody come on here earlier today and say, hey bro, Jesus and whatnot and Catholic Sam are open to debates. You always talk about how no Christian wants to debate you, but here we are. If you debate them, you will not be seen as a coward by us Christians, and to the people on your side will see you as a better man. Love you and farewell. Remember this. So I was like, why would I, if you want to debate me, you come to me. I'm not going to go seek you out. So the very next comment is not our mindsets, but okay. But okay, farewell, reach out. And then...
I hate it when people do that. Like, you can't understand what the fuck they're saying.
Oh, no. Remember this. His next comment was, look, bro's too chicken. Okay, DM me and debate me, or debate Jesus and whatnot and Catholic Sam. Good day. Like, this is... Like, it's just funny how this shit works. I've been looking for someone else who does what you do and can't find anyone. Exactly. And you would think, like, again, mine is the easy. Like, I'm the least computer savvy, the least competent guy when it comes to all that shit. And of course, my feed is you know, has the weirdest shit happen to it, but like, why doesn't everybody do what I do? I don't understand. All you do is, you know, look at what they want you to know. That's such an important thing in this. It's not about the conspiracy theories. It's not about the direction Alex Jones is trying to lead you in. Just look at this shit. That's why I use Wikipedia so much. Look at what they want you to know and ask yourself if it makes sense. If the shit makes sense to you, then who am I to say anything, right? I want to hear how it makes sense. I just want to know what you know. You know? If I'm wrong, I'd love to know it. Being wrong would be great. Come to find out I'm wrong about everything and I'm just some crazy conspiracy guy. Okay, cool. Now I don't have to worry about any of this shit anymore. 10 reasons why I should like and subscribe. Go fuck yourself. Eat a dick. Go fuck yourself. How about 3? Start a crusade. Nah. No. I mean, it's already started, but it's pretty simple. It's just this. If this wasn't such a big deal, they wouldn't fucking put so much effort into it. But they know what I know. I know that being able to speak to you in your most comfortable setting, right? Where you can sit back and smoke a joint if you want to. There's no one judging you. You're in your own comfort zone. That's the best place, like in some sort of large protest environment where it's chaotic and all that. That's not fun. I mean, it's fun, but it's not the best. The best way to do this is to have this sort of one-on-one, but we can't do one-on-one, so this is the next best thing. If you oppose pedophilia, then it shouldn't matter. Like, to me, guys like Gordon Flowers, Alex Rosen, well, you're a piece of shit friar at the end of the day. And I would put in a whole bunch more effort to try to fuck you up if you weren't doing great work. You're doing great work. And even though you're a bitch ass, and even though your motivations are what they are, and your bias is what it is, you're still doing great work. I've always said, if you're the pedo hunter who solely focuses on black guys who want to rape little boys, you get my support. I don't care. We might not get along. You might fly your Confederate flags and all that. But I don't give a shit. If you're out there doing God's work, doing the good thing with these pedos, I'm all for you. I do, however, like when it comes to Alex Rosen, Gordon Flowers, predator poachers, I ask him all the time, why aren't you exposing metzitzia? You need to expose metzitzia. If you really are the pedo guy, you don't, there's no like limitations to it. And this is why it's always so frustrating with those kinds of situations is it just so happens that one of the biggest guys doing it happens to be a friar who consistently talks about it. And then there's Jadavion, who is Alex's buddy, but who just, like, he does prayers before he does his shit. This is a black man who is praying to the friar Jesus white man control scheme. And I just, the notion that you're praying to God before you go bust a pedophile, how is that irony lost on you? Why are you doing this? Why isn't God doing the job? Why isn't God fucking, just give that dude a heart attack? What good does he bring the world? What is he, a fucking a Walmart guy? What is he? Old man sitting at home does nothing? A lot of times it's some fucking fat piece of shit loser living in his mama's house. You telling me that guy doesn't need a heart attack? Just take him out. As soon as you start sending those fucking dick pics to children, why doesn't God just, there she is. Been a while. Hola, Caron. This is fucking nuts. And I believe from doing this every day and being as ultra self-critical as I am, you guys have no idea just how self-critical I am. That based on those things, like, I believe myself to be right. And strongly. And, I'm waiting. I don't need people to tell me I'm right. I know I am. Your support tells me that you're on the same page. You don't need to come in here, I agree with you, guy. I agree with you on most things. Keep doing what you're doing. Immediately, I'm going to go, well, what aren't you? Because you said most. So what are the things you disagree with me about? I want to get better. It's not that I want the fight. I want to get better. If you're a fighter and you're this badass and you're just lighting up everybody in the gym and training and all that, the couple fights you've had, you know, in a situation, you storm through the competition, and then one day somebody new comes to the gym, some, you know, he's renowned, and he just beats your ass, throws you around. That's like crack to you. You're like, oh my God, can you do that again? Because you're trying to get better. A mini boot there just for gits and shiggles. I mean, it's weird though. Any way you slice it, it's weird. It only happens to supporters. It doesn't happen to them.
With all of the chosen people in the world, why am I the chosen one?
Of all the chosen people in the world, why am I the chosen one? You don't need to be a badass. That's the miracle of modern technology. David versus Goliath. I mean, I you know, don't need friar biblical comparisons because they're stupid. But nothing has existed like what we're talking about. If it had, it would still exist. If it's good, people will steal it. You don't force it on people. Look at the effort people go into to watch. I don't fucking sit here and you know, I'm not savvy enough to promote myself well enough. So everything is word of mouth. Everything is what it is. And I require you guys. I need you guys. I need you to be out there sharing stuff. Because, like, again, it requires a discussion, right? Okay, so here's what I'm seeing, right? I'm seeing somebody really good at what they do, who's consistent, who's breaking new ground, who's discovering things and exposing things that haven't been exposed. I think did a pretty damn good job of proving the Kobe fucking crash was a fake. I'm really surprised nobody else is doing more about it, but to me the Kobe crash is about as fake as it gets. Just as well, I'm tenacious as France. I mean, it's the thing that's so interesting too is like when you look at the Kobe story, or you look at the Charlie Kirk story, and you look at the difference. Like the Charlie Kirk one, you know, how come everybody is so gung-ho, let's figure out this Charlie thing, let's look at every angle, let's break it down, let's not let this story die. But the Trump shooting is gone. I use Rancy as it's during the day. Okay. Where is the social investigation into the Trump shooting? Who believes what you were shown? When was the last time you heard anybody even talking about it? Other than to like be like, he was shot at. It was. Do you, there's a woman called Mindy Robinson. Mindy Robinson used to be a pretty loud character. What? Loud character in the narrative, right? Like you. Mindy Robinson was she was pretty decent looking, you know, big boobs, blonde hair, blue eyes, very charismatic, very a lot of charisma. And she was a Trump supporter who also was like a constitutionalist kind of person. I always thought it was funny because it's like you keep talking about going back to the days of the forefathers where your dumbass would be stuck at home. You wouldn't be out being political and all that shit. You wouldn't be allowed to speak your mind during those days. But look, we have somebody that's, again, so fucking stupid that all they can do is fly the pedo flag. They can't actually make any sort of reasonable arguments. They just come in here and they're like, look, pedo flag over and over again, acknowledging that they are pedophiles. That's what that flag says. You know? It puts a star on who is a pedophile. Where are all of the Epstein tapes? But the look at the Trump shooting. The Trump shooting, according to him, there were tens of thousands of people there. There are thousands of people at this rally thing. It's 2024, so there's a large portion of them that walk around with 2 fucking phones. Most people think they're some sort of social commentator, so they're gonna be live. They're gonna be like, "Look, I'm at the Trump thing, and I'm taking pictures." Fuck, man. Right? Charlie didn't kill himself. Well, Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie either. But look at it's 2024. People have all these cell phones. It's a rally. People are commentators, social commentators. They all think they're somebody. And outside of videos of people who weren't directly in eyesight, like people who were walking around away from the stage or whatever, do you guys know of any real cell phone videos from that shooting? Have you seen any? Well, seeing the channel again after all these years. You beautiful man. Prove that middle age can still be full of energy and life. You are amazing. Loved it. Okay. After all these years, huh? 9 years, 13 subs. Appreciate anybody subbing. And if you've been here for all these years, then I'm still waiting for somebody that's been here for a while to tell me about something I got wrong in all this time. What are you planning to accomplish with these lives? You're just spewing IG reels and smoking bowls. I'm spewing IG reels and smoking bowls. Why is it, if what I do is so ineffective and unimportant, why do so many people, fake or not, feel the need to come tell me to stop doing it? Like, what's less important? Me doing what I'm doing to satisfy whatever personal thing I have going on, or you trying to stop me for, what's your reason? Why would anybody want me to stop talking about these things? On that off chance that this conversation is heard by the right person, and that person, we hook up and shit changes, right? Just ask why. Why not? At the very least, it saves my family. Because they don't have to deal with my shit. But I always just find it strange that people, like, what would be the motivation to troll? That's something I could never understand. If I'm going to be on someone's feed, I am going to engage in what they're talking about. Like, I don't understand why I would do anything other than that. What are you hoping to accomplish? What am I hoping to accomplish? Like if I had it my way, well, when I win the presidency in 2028, I'm going to make it illegal for friars to be here. Ideally, we would eliminate all of the friar cult bullshit, and as one people move forward into the future, making it the best future for everyone. The bottle doesn't open for a guy, it surrenders. The bottle. Oh, okay. Yeah. Me and the bottle. Whatever. See? I told you, if you stump me on something, you're gonna see it. That's the advantage of being in the comment section. We don't get to see how you respond. When you say something that I'm like, what the fuck? That's how it's gonna work. And we're all gonna huddle around the campfire and sing our campfire song. Sure.
How did we all just know that before we had
The idea that I even need to exist in this world, right?
it's just another operation?
The idea that somebody needs to be here and call out this pedophile shit like it's wrong, and people don't know it. What? Wait, what? Wait, what? You're saying that fucking with kids is not okay? Like, we shouldn't live in this world. We shouldn't live in a place where, in the one place it shouldn't be more than anything else, in the fucking church, in the connection to God, salvation, church. Why would there be pedophilia there? Fuck Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris is a piece of shit. I'm glad he's dead. I wish he died a long time ago. Fuck that piece of shit. Like, do you guys see what that man did to his face? My God, it's scary. It was scary. Chuck's face was fucked up. Way too many surgeries. But Chuck ended up being a huge Israel supporter, which is really weird. Like, I didn't know that until after he died. But when you look, like, there are endless videos of Chuck talking about support Israel. He loves Israel. He please, you know. To quote the late great Nina Simone, there are some strange fruit hanging in them poplar trees. Okay. This whole thing is fucked up, man. You know, and like I say, you got to look at what they want you to know, but it doesn't matter what it is. If you look into what they want you to know, and it's the narrative, like the official narrative that you're supposed to believe. I think, you know, I just think most people are dumb on purpose. They make you dumb. But life is just so fucking hard that you then don't go looking into it more. I don't know. I really do struggle with this part. Because at the end of the day, you know, what I used to think and what everybody sort of thinks, especially if you're dumb enough to ascribe it to you know, and shit, is that the thing that controls this world is this supernatural system that your dumb fucking Goyim ass can't possibly comprehend. You can't possibly comprehend God and all of God's logic and wisdom and bullshit. Hey, where's Joey's bitch ass? We haven't seen that pedo in a while. Sorry, I just beyond John's profile picture kind of looks like Joey's, so it just made me think of it out of the blue. Fuck, what did I just say? Fuck. The thing. At the end of the day, it's not some crazy, complicated, supernatural. Like, that's why is it all of the other truthers, every single one of them, call it satanic pedophilia? Why do they all say that? Nobody else seems to want to find out they've been deceived. Yeah, that's really what everybody seems to want to hang on to, this idea that they are right. You know, they're right. And I know you'd say that about me. Oh, you think that way about you. I don't. I think I'm right based on what it is, but if you can show me what I'm wrong about, I'm okay. I couldn't have gotten to where I am without willing to be wrong about every fucking thing. Everything. I don't believe George Washington ever existed. Do you understand how fucked up that is? You don't just step into that role. Especially since nobody else says it. You see it all. You're awoken. Definitely not ranting in an echo chamber. Lex, you can talk all the shit you want. Why can't you pick a single thing that I am wrong about and debunk it? I mean, it's like how they say, you know, in the boxing ring, everything gets decided. There's no excuses, right? We're in an arena. You have every opportunity to smash me. And this is where, like, you know, the truth is unavoidable. If I'm wrong, then you put it out there, and then I read it, and everybody sees it, hears it, and that's what it is. There's no excuses. And yet, all you want to do is tell me, like, stupid shit, like, no, you're right. Oh, you think you just know everything. Like, whenever you say shit like that, you're saying that's how you think. I am way smarter than you could ever be, and you just can't come up with anything. But it seems like this should be pretty simple. You know, pick one of the things, one of the many, many examples, one of the many pieces of evidence that I provide you guys, and debunk it. Do to me what I do to everything else. You're just seeing things. I'm not debunking. I just think it's funny. Right. You think it's funny with the pedophilia part, or the slavery part, or the genocide part? Which part's the funny part? You see all this fucked up shit, and the first thing you do is rant on YouTube. You're a man of inaction. Oh, yeah, right. Again, I should tie the red bandana on, get myself some grenades, a big knife, a gun, and a bow and arrow with some explosive tips. Grab onto the step rack, the landing rack of the helicopter with the big arm flex, and just have them drop me off somewhere over the Middle East where I can make my way in to take out Netanyahu, Bezalel Smotrich, mostly Itmar Ben-Gvir. Like, that's what I should be doing. Right? I should be organizing a protest, because protests lead to shit, right? Can anybody point out a protest that was had and then right afterward legislation was passed and they were like, man, that protest really put us in our place. We're going to have to pass this legislation. So guys, what a world, dude. We live in where can't even believe a word our elected leaders say. You can be a paid protester. Sure. Sure. Protesting's dumb. Protesting doesn't do anything. All it does is, you know, I always think of I think of that Family Guy skit where Peter is hanging out with Carter Pewter Schmidt and Ted Turner and and Bill Gates, and they're all buddies, and they have their backpacks and shit. And he's like, and somebody says, because they're in their backpack, from up there, they look like ants. I think Ted says it. And Bill says, they are ants. They are. But like, the protests that we do that block the fucking roads and the city and cause traffic, cause us to hate each other, cause innocent people who are just trying to get to work to feed their family to be late, to miss work altogether, whatever it may be. We end up harming each other when we protest. We end up inconveniencing each other when we protest. And the people that were like that matter, they fly over it in their helicopter. They don't give a fuck. They go underneath it in their tunnel system that we don't know about. Right? What do you think you're doing right now? You're protesting. Yep, that's what I'm doing. Again, like, this is the best. This guy, of all the things that he thinks he can debunk, it's this. Right? This is the one this is the hill you're gonna die on? Yeah, I'm protesting. I'm doing the thing I'm talking about where I'm blocking the roadway so other people can't go to work. What I think is more telling than anything else is is this narrative, is the fact that, again, whatever I'm doing clearly bothers the system. Clearly, they put a lot of effort into interfering in my shit. Not doing what it takes to fix the problem. Because you could fix the problem by showing me what I'm wrong about. Like, I know I'm an arrogant douchebag and blah, blah, blah. If you could show me what I'm wrong about, I'm not going to fucking... I'm not going to continue saying the shit. Why would I continue down the path if I'm wrong? I figured out that, because I used to say it's all the church. The Catholic Church is the big problem, yada, yada, yada. But then I figured out that was wrong. And when I figured out that was wrong, I made the adjustment. Look, that's Detroit. That's right by my house. That's crazy. I've more than earned my demo stripes over the last decade and beyond. Only a couple that would say were any efficient. As with anything, the initial shutdowns are by far helpful with regard. Shelby! Huh?
What?
Good.
Since it wasn't like I begged, you bet into my conclusion. He said our square peg led to round hole conclusion.
Yeah. Your YOUR top priority. I bet Big Yahoo starts sweating when you go live. Of course not. No, that's not at all what's being said. But see, again, this is the dumbassery that comes my way. Right? Explain it another way. No. Netanyahu has nothing to worry about with me because the systems in place keep it what it is. When I'm not being censored, if I was ever not censored, yeah, there'd definitely be a problem. And the pre-Charlie numbers prove it. If they didn't start putting that clamp down, things would have gotten bad for them. But I'm clearly your top priority. You have nothing going on in your world and you're here. Like, at the end of the day, I think it looks better if you're part of that system than if you're just some loser who's like mad at the guy who thinks we should kill pedos. That really, it says more about you than you realize. Or maybe care about, I don't know, but... You got the boot? That's funny. Look again, if I'm wrong, then debunk me. If you think it's funny, again, that just, please keep going. Please keep saying those things that you never talk about. Yeah, you're right. We should kill pedos. Yeah, you're right. We should stop the war machine that's going on and killing, bringing genocide to Palestine, had brought genocide to Palestine, and is now bringing it to Lebanon and all these. Like, yeah, you'd think there'd be some sort of acknowledgement of any of that. But again, never anything like that. Never. Just cry baby, cry baby. Pay attention to me.
You can't play the victim when you fail with no explanation. We just need to.
We are very, very limited in what we can do until we unify, which is clearly the thing that terrifies them the most. The last thing that they have to censor the shit out of me, because the last thing they want is somebody with some sort of money, some sort of money, some sort of position that's like, hey, I'm fucking invested in this guy. That's the last thing they want. So they have to limit my reach. Eventually somebody's gonna stumble across my shit. So they have to prevent it. It's I think it's as plain as the lines in the sky. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I wish I could see what that sign said. Yeah, that's 96. Look, there's the license plate, Michigan license plate, so you know. 90. That's 94. Okay, that was 94. I guess it's not next to the house. Booted a fucking gun, yeah. They just do that to you to like, that's fun for them. They know it bothers you, so they do it to you. That's all that is. How come Karen keeps getting booted, but the other dumbass doesn't? You have delusions of intellectual grandeur, my friend. Again, you keep saying all of these crybaby things, but nothing actually addresses what's being said. If these are delusions of intellectual grandeur, then they should be easy to debunk. But there we go again. It's mental. It's delusional. You have a psychosis, an irrational phobia, or a pathological disorder. Right? It's all mental. It's all in your head, Karen. You're crazy, Karen. It's all in your head. Janet Rossi is a whore. It's so fucking weird. So fucking weird. We just don't, we're not good at this. And we're not meant to be good at this. We've been engineered to be these fucking morons who think there's a sky daddy out here trying to fucking, a sky daddy that hates us. He fucking hates us. Gives you an impossible thing, an impossible set of rules to follow so that when you die, you don't burn in hell for all of eternity. It's nuts. Nutsy cuckoo. Kind of like 10 viewers and 18 likes. Doesn't the algorithm work that the more likes you get, the more YouTube goes, okay, this guy's getting lots of likes. His like percentage is higher than his view count, we should bring more people here. Isn't that how the algorithm works? Like, other than likes to viewer ratio, what does YouTube base the algorithm on for them to decide whether they're going to allow somebody to exist? Like, just think about that shit. If you're scrolling through and you see a page that has 8 likes or 18 likes and 8 viewers, aren't you just sort of out of curiosity going to be like, what the fuck is going on? Crazy. But this is this is me being crazy. This isn't a broken fucking weird ass system or anything.
How's this? We'll stop making songs like this when it's no longer necessary. Besides, if you want to hear...
So I try to give the commentator their platform. I try to say, okay, man, you're making points. Let's see if we can sort of concentrate those points into an actual like thing that we can look at. And they end up running away like they always do. So I gave you your spotlight. I tried to let you tell me what I'm wrong about, and apparently that scared you. So yeah, because I just like tapping a screen, totally apathetic and brain dead, for the chance to win 50 points and win me a trip to the barber to get my ringlets set for a week. Karen's fucking nuts. This is so funny. Alright, so I'm just going to change the subject because there is no opposition. It's not what I want, but it's just what it is. So instead, we're going to go to the attempted assassination of Donald Jewish Trump in Pennsylvania. On July 13th, 2024, Donald Trump, then former president of the United States and presumptive nominee of the Republican Party in the 2024 presidential election, which again, do you remember Trump and other Republican candidates having some sort of debate, or they're like, how did that even work? Like when Trump was president and the 2020 elections came around, up until, the last couple months, there were like 18 fucking candidates. At one point it was like 30 total different people running for the Democratic position. And you saw interactions and you saw people fall off. And then, of course, COVID comes and that changes things for sure. But, you had Buttigieg and Senator Warren and Bloomberg and, and good old reliable Bernie Sanders, who always gets real close, but then at some point goes, hey, you know what? I'm going to step out. Why don't you vote for my Democratic counterpart over here? First it was Hillary, and then it was Biden. But all of my supporters now go to, I'm tired, I'm old, I'm going to go sit down for a while. And of course, nobody ever talks about how if Klobuchar, if Bernie wins, if any, they would be the first friar presidents of the United States. Nobody wants to make a big deal out of that. When it's a black guy, it's like, oh my God, that's the only thing that matters in this election. Never mind that they're secretly signing the housing crisis into law. Never mind that shit. Like, look at he's black. He's half black. Jesus Christ. It's fucking insane. But think about it, man. Trump got the nomination just because he was there. Do you realize how fucking insane that is? There was nobody else on the Republican side of things that was like, hey, maybe I should do this. Oy vey, dude. You hurt my feelings. I only have one. My family and me share a brain. Sadly, it's not my day today. Sad. It's Saturday. Brain's resting. Seriously though, like, where the fuck was the Trump opposition in 2024? How have you ever? Has there ever been? Maybe I'm just wrong, and because I didn't follow politics too closely. It's kind of always been a fucking joke to me. But does it usually work that somebody gets the nomination based off nothing? There's nobody else that was. There was no debate to be had. There was no. They were just like, yeah, we're going with Trump. He's been disappeared, because you guys have to remember that Trump, when he lost in 2020, after the whole fake insurrection bullshit, the last you saw of him was him getting on the jet to YMCA or Macho Man or some shit like that. Like Village People was playing, and they got on the plane and flew off. And you didn't see Trump again for a couple of years. He wasn't in the discussion. He didn't come up very often. He didn't have anything to say. And then shortly before the whole bullshit, he just sort of came out of nowhere. And he was like, look it, I'm going to run on the exact same platform I ran on before. Right? I'm going to run the exact same bullshit. Oh, the borders are so unsafe, and the gas prices, and the Biden, and the Biden, and the Biden, and the Biden, and the Biden. It was all just the craziest bullshit. Never heard of a primary election. Ironic. Yes. Yeah, I'm asking. Is that how that works? Somebody just gets to be the nominee without any sort of anything? No presentation, nothing. No competition, nothing. He just got it. Okay, if that's how that works, then I'm mistaken. I thought that there was, like, if that's how that works, that much more proves the conspiracy than anything else. There's no competition. There's nothing. They just put their boy in. And he's dumb as fuck. You have to remember, he's dumb as fuck. He lost the election in 2016, but the swamp that he was going to drain, AIPAC, put him in anyway. He lost by 2.7 million votes. That's a lot of fucking votes. That's a lot of fucking votes. Think about it all. And then he has this insane presidency where, Epstein is associated with his presidency start to finish. And under his watch, the key guy in the biggest pedophile scandal, blah, 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 who's clearly attached to him, gets killed in prison. They use Barr, who is Epstein's old, to say that William Barr and Jeff Epstein didn't go all the way back is stupid. You have to be really stupid to say that. You have to not know about Daddy Barr, Donald Barr, and his appointment. Like, the reason why Epstein got the teacher job when he was completely unqualified was because of Donald Barr. And at the same time that was going on, the William Barr was in the CIA. And Daddy Barr authored the book about the space oligarchs who rape children and like the Epstein story, but in the terms of space travel. where the hero even rapes children. I mean, it's like it's lazy. It's like they want us to find it out. If that how that works, we're definitely getting you in 2028. If you let me immigrate to the United States, may I run for your Kamala? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Might as well bring in a foreigner, right? A foreigner no one can understand. You'd be hilarious. It would be hilarious to have Karen as the VP. She get up there and like not only speaking with her accent, but with all of her slang and shit. And people be like, the VP said some shit today. We heard some, we could make out about 15% of it. And what we could make out was like Cockney. So we're not really sure, but she's awesome. That would be so funny.
What can I say? Their ways make me sick. As we watch the parade that displays a kick.
Right in the dick.
Wow, tricky as she. The Goyim are thick. We're wicked obese and wild misfits decree that we all shape up. We're scripted to see the corrupt system is what us boys fucks deserve, and without the
Like, just think about what you have seen and how utterly ridiculous it is. The President of the United States is like entirely connected to the most notorious pedophile in recent times, if not ever, whatever, from covers, whatever. But, at the very least, he's guilty of covering for everything. But the one piece of, like, the evidence that's available that either could exonerate him or embroil him or roast him, he's in charge of, and he refuses to release it, even though supposedly he's innocent. Like, I just think about it. If it was Biden, right? If it was Biden that was supposed to be this notorious pedophile, this, that, and the other, he did smell a girl's hair once, but he literally was in charge of the evidence that could exonerate him, and he refused to give it out. What would all the Trump pansies be saying? Imagine how much shit they would be throwing. Oh, look, we talked about you earlier. I said, where's that piece of shit Joey? And lo and behold, piece of shit Joey shows up. Funny how it's, again, I'm anti-Semitism. Make sure you get it right. I know you're really stupid, and when shit doesn't fit your narrative, you say doofus things, but guys, Joey's a pedophile. Do you guys know that? This guy not only, partakes in really horrible ritual shit, he supports it. He supports it. He defends it. He doesn't see anything wrong with it. He's a real awful piece of shit. They all are. But Joey's the worst kind because Joey comes to defend it. And he has every opportunity in the world to go, yeah, you know what, I am a friar. And you're right. These are horrible, awful things that need to be removed because, what does baby penis have to do with friar? Like, what? I guess other than the covenant. You don't want the world to get destroyed, do you? Oh, it's all so fucking stupid. They're just so fucking awful and stupid. And I keep waiting for Ari Shaffir to come through, but Ari Shaffir won't come through either. Fucking clown coward. He's such an embarrassing douchebag. Like, they all are. It's so crazy to think that not one of them, not a single one of them says, I'm a friar and I hate what we do. It makes it really they don't even acknowledge it. They like, it's really difficult to be a friar because, you know, I want to be associated with my family and the traditions and all that. But it's really hard to because it's so associated with pedophilia. None of them say anything like that. Not a single fucking one. Why? The only way I can make this work. See, the problem with most people is again, it comes down to the arrogance, right? You think that because you don't know it must not be true. And if this was a true thing, then, you know, it would have been exposed and you would have known it because you're so awesome, you know everything. And the fucked up part is you did know about it, but, you know, most of you don't think you're allowed to say anything. Most of you have accepted this notion that somehow they are above reproach and, you know, you can't say anything about what they do or anything. Ricky Gervais did. He did. He did a great, like, his shit was great. And he's clearly had to pay the price since. Like, I haven't seen any Ricky Gervais shit in a long time. Since about then. But he was already rich enough that he didn't care, and he's famous enough that he can go live and, you know, he can create any sort of press he wants to. But he's also a guy who, it's like, you know, he'd be quick to call you a conspiracy theorist. He calls himself an atheist, but as an atheist, he's like accepting of the other shit. And I don't understand why that has to go hand in hand. As an atheist, as somebody who doesn't believe in the justification used to protect pedophilia, I'm sorry, I don't understand why I'm required to be okay with it. Why are you really... It'd be an anti-Semite, but you should be asking me why am I proud of my anti-Semitism. If they study 12 hours a day, how can they not know? What's up, Snuggie? Yeah, that's the thing. If that's in fact what they literally do all day, is study the Torah and all that shit, why can they never... Why are they so stupid? If you knew somebody that was like, yeah, I'm a fucking mathematician, I study math all day long, that's all I do. It's all I've done since I was like 5th grade. I left regular school and went to the special school where all we did was math. And you were like, really? Can you tell me what 2 plus 2 is? And they were like, why are you asking me that? Wait a minute, what? You can't tell me what 2 plus 2 is? Oh, I could tell you. I'm just not going to. All right, well, then I don't believe you're a mathematician. I don't believe you know what you're talking about. No, I do, and if you don't think so, that's a hate crime.
It's as ridiculous as their metzitzia to think
That Steve Carell was not happy with him, I think, in America. They'll take note of it. I don't know what you're talking about. Maths and pizza.
and look into their eyes while you ask for an answer to the simplest question. If the narrative lost in the math is the truth just the winner's invention, making lies just another extension, bridging the gaps of illusion, keeping our class of detention ensures the constant state of confusion.
Can you show me the definition of Semitism again? I went to show my neighbor and couldn't find what you showed me. Put in Semitism definition, and then you have to go to Merriam-Webster. It's usually see, it comes up first for me because I've looked it up so many times. The first time I tried to look up Semitism definition, I had to go through about 5 pages of anti-Semitism this, anti-Semitism that. This is an example. This is a working definition of anti-Semitism. And so I literally had to click page. It was like I think it was the 5th or 6th page that finally I got to it. So maybe put in Semitism definition Webster's, you know. But the Merriam-Webster definition is...
Let's just get back to what I was trying to figure out. Their story's so corrupt, it should only lead to doubt.
Again, this is like the only time I do this, but it's just because it's so important. All right, so Semitism definition. Semitism definition. Merriam-Webster's. Okay. Semitism definition, Merriam-Webster.
Semitism.
Okay. No funny business.
Semitism.
Okay. A Semitic character or qualities. 1A. 1B. Characteristic feature of a Semitic language occurring in another language. Okay. Number 2. Policy or predisposition favorable to friars.
Semitism.
Okay. You see it?
Semitism.
Policy or predisposition. Merriam-Webster.com. There is no cheap... Well, it's just anti-Semitism. There's nothing you can do to hide behind. Nothing you can hide behind with that. That is the undeniable truth about what that word means. And when you understand that in 2020 they had hearings or had something, I don't know what you would call, I don't know what you call the official legislation where they decide how a word is spelled.
Stop this song.
Like that's the craziest part, right? We'll listen to it again.
Hey, yo, I'd like to make 6 million pizzas. How long do you think it would take? It's as ridiculous as their metzitzia to think I could
No problem. What would you do? Would you do what you are doing if you were friar? You better fucking believe I would be. Wow. See what I mean? This is how you know what I'm saying, right? Like, they're so stupid they don't realize they live in a different world, and it's, unfortunately, it's because of the abuse that they were put through. They've all been put through such unthinkable abuse that it's cracked them into these MK Ultra like monsters. Right? Thinking about that shit. Thank you there, Snuggie. I agree.
The pizza is the gate to the surprising, keeping you in faith while they're supplying. The reason it's all fake, they're compromising. The math just doesn't master it, so they're lying.
Beautiful.
Let's just go by.
Oh, just stop with the lie. Which part's a lie? I keep waiting for you to stop with the typical friar blanket bullshit. Yeah. You make these crybaby blanket statements all the time, but where's the lie? Which part is the lie? You're saying soul correction isn't a thing? Oh, everything you're saying is a lie. That's what you're going to run to?
So it's weird because 30 million hits amounts to 57 friggin' years. The math just isn't math.
I mean, again, what's the problem? What the fuck?
Israel, hey yo.
That wasn't supposed to happen. Stop that shit happening like 3 times. What the fuck? Alright, let's try this again. It does have a funky sax, doesn't it? But no, it's like Tell me what I'm wrong. Tell me metzitzia. Tell me about that shit. Tell me how I'm wrong about metzitzia.
Stories are all that one has if they tell you that someone
Tell me, pick any of these things I'm talking about there, Friar dumbass, and debunk it. See, it's that Friar arrogance again that shows up because you just don't understand. Like, this is what they think. This is how they think of us. This dumbass is so arrogant, all he thinks he has to do is be like, no. And as Goyim, we're supposed to go, oh, okay. Well, can you then tell us what it is there? No, I can't. I don't have to. And we're supposed, oh, okay. Whatever you say there. Did you want to spit on us as you walk by? Or no, not today? It's like, it's fucking silly, man. I'm the one that's you know, that thinks in the new way. I'm the one that's thinking for myself. You supposedly have thousands of years of evidence to be able to debunk anything I'm saying. Maybe we got up on the wrong one. I'm not that bad guy. I have a preposition for you. How about this? How about go fuck yourself? We did not get off on the wrong foot. You either are or you're not. There is no in between. You're either somebody that's going to say, fuck the pedophilia. I don't care about any of this other fairy tale bullshit. Or you're like, oh, would you still do this if you were a friar? I can't understand why friars don't. Well, I can. Again, it's
the math just isn't mathing, so you're lying. You act just like you're grasping bottled light. While the last ones who are laughing,
nothing stopping you from typing, dummy.
anyone who's asking or denying.
Like, seriously, think about what's happening here. This guy is sitting here trying to argue with me that pedophilia is okay. That I shouldn't be upset about it because what? It's not as much as you think. It doesn't happen as much as you think. You have dreams you want realized, right? Oh. Are we getting the we'll make things happen speech? All right. Well, we already know that you're a liar, right? You've already proven yourself to be a liar. You offered to pay me $20,000 for my laptop or for my phone because you were going to find pictures in it. And I said, fucking hey, man, wire it right now. I'll send the phone today. We know you don't have shit. You're nothing. Are you trying to bribe me to stop talking about things? Wouldn't that mean I'm right?
I don't know why anybody would think there's anything.
Wouldn't that mean I'm right? Instead of just telling me what I'm wrong about and debunking me, you're trying to insinuate that my dreams can come true as long as what? What would be the compromise? What would I have to do to have my dreams realized? Other than stop talking about all this stuff. And, you know, I'm definitely not sucking any dicks or taking any back shots for it. I am having a good day, I guess, as much as somebody who's watching genocide take place can have a good day. That's that part that people don't necessarily like, and I think it's kind of crazy. Oh, shit. I gotta do it this way. It got all backwards, Look, I'll meet you at any local airport and make sure you have the time of your life, believe me. Or not. but I'll pay for it. Visit Israel, please. I would rather be friends. What in the what? How stupid can you possibly be to think I would ever step foot in that hellhole fucking nightmare, especially being the Goyim who said everything I've said? How long do you think I would last? Eh? Like, why? Oh, really? You're gonna make my dreams come true, really? Oh yeah, I just have to come hang out with you in Israel? What? That sounds like a whole bunch of fun, doesn't it? Goyim, Goyim. So, just so you guys know, you guys need to understand. This is, I know it's an honest question. I'm going to let somebody else explain it to you much better than I ever could. Okay?
Iconic styles built on a heritage of comfort.
Okay. If you don't know that story, this is all gonna go over your head. My bad on that one. It'll be like a dude. Big shit coming out of such
I think he starts with it.
Or is like, yeah, I was confident. She saw her first when we were talking. She just goes, no, I mean.
Starts with making fun of black people.
She goes, what they do? By you people, I don't mean black people. I mean non-Jews. The grammar on you people is on another planet. By you people, I don't mean black people. I mean non-Jews. Jews are racist, but we don't see skin color. We see IQ and income level. Yeah, goys. That's all you guys are. You ever hear that word? Goy. It's Yiddish for non-Jew. Yiddish is like Jewish Ebonics. Goy means non-Jew. And just so you know, when you hear it, you think it's fun and friendly when they're saying it to you. It's not. They're shitting on you to your face. Goy is a derogatory word. Probably my favorite derogatory word. Yeah, because most derogatory words, they single out one race or culture and make them feel bad. Not Goy. Goy is the most inclusive of all the derogatory words. So you know how pompous that is to have as your term for the other? That means to them it's 0.1% of the world. And then, ugh. Various shades of Goy. Yeah, dude, I was raised way religious. I went to.
So there you go. That's your explanation. It doesn't come from my mouth. It comes from a guy who.
I went to a seminary called the Yeshiva in Jerusalem for 2 years after high school. So you go to study if you want to become a rabbi. Spoiler alert.
So that's them telling you. It's not fucking nice. It's not just some, it's just some friendly word that we use. They're shitting on you to your fucking face. Ooh, what kind of good time would we have there? We're not into the same things. Remember, I'm not into children and rape and genocide. So that's the racist, but not my problem. Okay, that's racist, but not my problem. Really? You don't think so? You don't think the people who control your existence, who control why you think the way you do and how you think the way you do, you don't think them thinking of you as cattle? It's cattle. That's what Goy generally means, is cattle. We are all cattle. Actually, Goyim refers to anything that's not them. So the Goyim car, the Goyim tree, the Goyim us, right? Anything that's not them is all for them to use as we do cattle. And when you look at what cattle is, what we do with cattle. We wear their skin. We make furniture out of their skin. We eat every part of them we can. We crush their bones to make into other products. We melt down their hooves and shit. Like we use them up. And that's, what do you have to lose? I think it's a pretty generous offer. What do I have to lose by going to the enemy land with an enemy, and this enemy is genocidal? We're talking about a people who can starve children and not think twice about it. And think not even not think twice, and think they're doing the right thing, like it's a good thing. There's that thing that my wife showed me with Abby Martin where she was like, look, it's everywhere. All of them. They all talk about wipe them out. Wipe them all out. Women, children, men, doesn't matter. Wipe them out. If they're they shouldn't be, they're going to be terrorists. And, it's fucking nuts. But I ain't with hating on people, though, besides getting rid of touchers. But what do you mean? Okay, I see what you're saying. No, that's what I was trying to get your content in a positive way of understanding. Look, there's that racist, supremacist element of it. But that's not even my main motivation. My main motivation, as of recently, it's come down to, we need to protect the friar children. Like, what's happening, what they do to their own children is so far beyond anything that even begins to make sense. With some type of authority. You could be doing more, much more than what you're doing. You're doing here. Look, I have plenty of non-friar friends. Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you do. Like, you're a fucking monster. You're a piece of shit, pedophile, genocidal monster. Why would I ever want to spend any of my time with you? I hear you and I agree. Don't like people that crush our future and our children. I don't stand for that shit. I want to be a Marine so bad and still do. No, you don't. You don't. You do not want. If you become a Marine, you're going to go fight for Israel. Israel controls our military. You want nothing to do with that. Plus, you sign waivers that say they can inject you with whatever they want to, and you have to just take it. Like, it's terrifying. I can literally meet you at an airport with $50K, and you can leave if you don't like it. So, again, think about how stupid this motherfucker is. What do you think is happening right now? Why would this guy be so desperately trying to buy me off? What are you hoping would happen if I came and hung out with you or went to Israel? Like, what are you even thinking right now? Do you not see that you're absolutely making my case for me? Do you not see that you're just so stupid? Think about how crazy that is. Man, I wish Karen was here to see this. Let's see. It's not even like he's saying, look, I'll show you this. It's nothing. It's just, hey, come to, I'll give you 50 grand to meet me out of there. Please, just come. Just, why would anybody ever do that? Like, they don't have a history of fucking kidnapping people and torturing and raping them, and get the fuck out of here. And what am I saying? Like, think about, if I'm just some nobody, 7 viewers, 19 likes, which doesn't make any sense. Why would you want to give me $50,000 for anything? For what? What is the bribe even? What does it even constitute? What are you trying to accomplish with your bribe? Why don't you prove that you're even legitimate by sending $1,000 to the TBG profile? Get your free download, www.the-bilderberg, BILDERBERG-group.com. When it asks you how much you want to pay, donate $1,000. What's $1,000 to you? You're a rich fucking, you got all that you got all my tax dollars. So for you to prove your legitimacy by donating $1,000 to TBG, especially when you're willing to give me 50, how about you donate 1,000 to start and then only bring 49 when you come? If my friend isn't Friar, is he even a real friend? Who would say that? Like, they're awful, awful, horrible people who, especially if you're not one of them, they have no problem stepping on you, using you, abusing you to get what they want. But this kind of dumb shit, I don't believe anything this dude's saying. I'm just playing along with it to prove the point, right? Like, this is the desperation that they have to come to. And when you call them out on said desperation, they fall apart. They got nothing. They got nothing. But this is, and at the same time, as much as this is like fantasy, make-believe, it's really telling. It's really fucking telling. This guy is claiming to be a friar and all this other shit, and I'll bring you this, and, can't actually articulate anything really well. By the way, if you're watching, don't forget to like, share, and sub. It theoretically helps, although I have 14 viewers and 19 likes. Doesn't make much sense, but still. What about Walmart to Walmart? What about Walmart to Walmart? Sure. Send $1,000 to the Walmart at 7 Mile and Middle Belt in Livonia, Michigan, to the Guy Williams, that's me, and I'll go pick it up. And if that's there, then we'll talk further. Do it. I'd love to see you do it. Understand that if you don't, you just prove the point. I still wish you'd make the Guy Williams Sucks video. That seems like the easiest way to do it. All you got to do is make the Guy Williams Sucks video, where you're doing what I'm doing. Right? Just do what I'm doing and tell me what I'm wrong about. Pick one thing. Tell me how I'm wrong about it. Give a nice explanation. Title it Guy Williams Sucks. Then tell me you made the video and we'll all watch it together. That doesn't seem that difficult, does it? Think about how crazy this is. Again, why isn't this guy explaining why I'm suddenly so valuable? Seems weird. Seems weird that you'd be willing to drop so much money on somebody who isn't telling the truth, who's nothing, who's a nobody, who's you know, has 11 viewers when they have 20 likes. Seems like that would be, you know, wouldn't be worth your $50,000. This is how this works every time, guys. There's always a lot of shit. There's always a lot of smoke screen and bullshit. Anything but just addressing the things that I'm talking about. I have no idea. Don't know what you're even talking about, James. I've never heard anybody even say that. Oh, Livonia? Yes. Livonia. Yeah. I think it's like a Roman word or some shit. It's weird when you start, like Memphis is Egyptian, and when you start understanding like a lot of those things that Philadelphia, that doesn't seem like Philadelphia. That's an Egyptian word? That's weird. I must have misheard what you said. Must have. That's okay. Shit happens. 7 watchers, 20 likes. It's always so funny to me. And remember, the first 27 minutes or so, 25 minutes of this was cut. The first 25 minutes of this was cut. I don't know if it's still going to exist when the video saves, or if the video is even going to save. I don't know. But 25 minutes or so into the video, it suddenly cut and said the video was only, like the timer restarted, and I was at 1 minute. And Craig said it was at the 27-minute mark. What's happening with all this, guys? Have you ever seen anything like this before? I haven't. 11 viewers, 20 likes, 2,500 plus subscribers. A guy talking about as controversial shit as you can talk about. This is all controversial, right? This not only is it controversial, it's the #1 trending topic situation in the world. And not only am I talking about it the way I do, which is in a way that nobody else seems to be doing, I now have fake profiles offering to bribe me $50,000 just to hang out with them, just to meet them at the store. Do you know how crazy that is? It's just like so fucking ridiculous. This is what happens, huh? Instead of talking about the Havara Agreement, instead of talking about auto-emancipation, instead of talking about proto-Zionism or just any of these things, this is the way that we're going, huh? Where's the opposition? I'm stupid. I'm wrong. I don't believe in Sky Daddy. Where is that? Where are the Sky Daddy beliefs? I don't even have Christians. No Christians even come through. And like James said, do you ever think you don't get to debate because you're right? I know that's why. I know that's why people get mad at what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense any other way. Why would you get mad if I don't believe in the thing that you believe in? Like if you were to say cherry pie is the best pie, and I was like, no, fuck that. I like apple pie. Would you be like, no, man? How dare you? You insult me. And that's going to change. You know, No, you wouldn't care. You'd be like, nah, you're wrong. That's okay, though. People don't get upset about things. If I run up to you in the middle of the street and I say, ha 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 ha, you're 20 feet tall and you have tank wheels for legs and your arms are, each arm is 8 octopus arms and they're swinging around and your skin's bright blue neon, ha ha ha. Are you going to be like, oh my God, I am so offended by that. How dare you say such horrible things about me? No. But if I were to come up to you and say, hey, I know this is out of the blue, it's kind of weird, but I'm a life coach, like I'm a health coach, and clearly you have a hard time with portion control, and I believe I can help you get to a very healthy place in life where you live a long, healthy life, because that's my whole goal here, is to ensure that you live a long, healthy life, and at your size, you just won't. That conversation would have started, it would have stopped as soon as the guy was implying that that you make bad health choices, that you're fat. And even though you'd be one of those people like, I love being a big beautiful woman. I ain't ashamed of nah. Let somebody call you fat, you get all uptight about it. That fucking giant woman, that rapper broad, whatever, Miss Piggy, whatever her name is. She is the one from Detroit. She is as gross as it gets. She is the epitome of, like, you don't want your child to be that. She might have money now. She's a okay rapper, I guess. Female rappers are shit. I like your shit. I find out all kinds of stuff I needed to know about. That is true. That is true. Any more what? Everyone knows the pumpkin pie is the best. Oh, there, Holly Bucket. You don't know what you're talking about. And between sweet potato pie and pumpkin pie, sweet potato pie is the much better alternative. I'd much rather have sweet potato pie. Life coach, I'm a trainer and stuff. What are you offering your coaching? Are you... What? What? So stupid. Oh my God. I hope you're not coaching anybody. Oh, that was fucking awesome. Oh, she's not here right now, but I'll let her know you said so. Phenomenal. What haircut? There's no haircut. I'm thinking about it, though. Thinking about it. I always thought I would cut my hair when I got signed or whatever. In the video where we go from being the nobodies to somebodies, and I would go into the video, start it off, and then cut the hair and get all GQ'd up, and by the end, be like all in a nice suit and shit, showing the transformation. That's a joke to you, huh? Asking what you do with your life coaching was arrogant, dude. Oh my God. Come on. Oh. Oh, Jesus. That was... Oh. Being a life coach means being... Oh my. Oh Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh. And being explains and nice explains the 13 watching his way. Yeah, that's what it is, man. Oh. I won't. I'm trying not to. Sometimes tough love, I get it, but don't have to be disrespectful. Not asking a question. Dude, you're just I can't even right now. You're this is special. This is a special kind of situation right now.
Man, this is just like riding a bicycle. Like the surgeon making a hip-hop beat, I just can't complete the circuit. No matter how hard I work it, my
Oh shit.
ratio's perfect.
I just fucked up. Oh man. I'm sorry, that was just fucking hilarious now. That there's like, how did you not understand that nobody was claiming to be a life coach? It was an analogy. Like I never said I was a life coach or anything. I was talking about how people respond to other people. And if somebody came up to you and said those things to you, before you could, before they could even finish saying what they were saying, you would attack them. How dare you call me fat? And the guy's like, I'm just trying to help you out. You are fat. But we can't have that in our society. Yeah, we can't. So the point being, people only get mad when you're right. Nobody's gonna get mad at you for saying they're a monster with 20 feet tall with tank wheels. They're just gonna be like, all right, dude, whatever, and walk away. They're not gonna give a shit. But if you try to tell them something that's real, people get really upset really fast. You should know not to come with emotions. No, you should absolutely bring your emotions. You should not come with like a dress on. Like, come on now. If you're sensitive, this isn't the place for you. That's for sure. Who are you, phenomenal Maya? Or phenomenal Miami? Mamie? Mamie? Phenomenal Mamie. Rita. Oh, Rita, what's happening? Right on, that makes more sense. Yeah, I mean, I just, like, you're gonna get your feelings hurt because you said something dumb. Like, it's just silly. It's just silly. That you wouldn't get upset if it wasn't true. And that's the point. Nobody gets upset at things that aren't true. And so you have to ask yourself why this crybaby Friar Joey, who's been here for well over a year now, and who's proven himself to be a lying piece of shit who supports pedophilia and genocide and all this shit, suddenly he just changes his tune and now he's offering to give me $50,000 to just come meet him somewhere. What sense does that make? Does that sound like somebody who's failing in their mission? If all I'm saying, again, if this was unicorn poop, if I was saying the fucking key to the fucking salvation of the world was unicorn poop, you think Joey'd be offering me $50,000 to meet him somewhere? It's fake, but you understand what I'm saying? Like, this is you, nothing in our history has ever warranted a president destroying the First Amendment by signing legislation that says all colleges and universities are to only say nice things about this one group. And that if you say anything bad, if you say things that they don't like, you can get in trouble for it. In the United States, where free speech is our like number one First Amendment, the first part of the First Amendment is our free speech. If Israel was the good guy, they wouldn't be limiting speech. They would encourage people to say what they think. Say what we're getting wrong. Say whatever misconceptions you have so that we can address it and show you what you're getting wrong. Because all we're doing is good. We're on the good side of things. We're on the right side of things. Open up all the books you want. Do whatever. We are here to answer questions because, again, we have the light. We have the truth. We are the way. That would be a good name for a weed, unicorn poop, and you know they like the name weeds these days. Yeah, that's a young guy thing. If you're watching, like, share, and sub. Although it doesn't seem to matter, we still do it anyway just to show off. 14 likes, 21, or 14 watchers, 21 likes. So that's how shit works, right?
And it's tragic that a pair can't win against the royal straight. But there's magic when the suits are skinned and we flush out their meat. Putin's dropping bombs on children. 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 Putin's dropping bombs on. Putin's dropping bombs on. Putin's dropping bombs on children. Somebody think of the children.
Bro, I thought you were cool. Why would you think that? I wish for your demise. Like, well, my ultimate wish is that you all, like, given the option of leave, go do your thing on your own in the Jewish Autonomous Oblast, which is a country that Russia set aside for them before Israel. Because we're not going to send you to Palestine. That's awful. You've already wrecked that. But if you continue to consider yourself a supremacist, a pedophile, genocidal supremacist, then you get shipped off. We're gonna send you to the JAO. But what I would really wish would happen is that you guys would say, yeah, you know what? This is awful. And we agree with you. We need to protect our children from going through what we went through. Because it was horrible. You remember what that felt like? You remember how scared you were? You remember how awful and betrayed you felt? And how many years it took before the programming actually took? I've been tuning in for about a year and a half. Time. You're going to have fun. I'll even take you to one of my favorite restaurants in Tel Aviv. Who gives a fuck? I mean, again, what would be fun about hanging out with you people? Being surrounded by you people? Being in the danger that I would be in? What would be fun about that? You still haven't expressed a reason for the sudden change and what your plan might be. But this is how they do it, man. This is the stupidity. You can't expect them to start making sense. And I hope all the new people that do happen to stumble across this shit. Wow, we just went from 16 to 6, just like that. the new people, like, I hope you see this for what it is. If I'm wrong about this shit, it should be really, really obvious. Oop, now we're down to 3. I remember back in the day watching on Facebook, and every time you got something good, they'd cut you off. Yep. Anytime the feed would get over 20,000 views, they would cut it. They've done that several times here as well. The most views they allowed me to have on one of these videos was like 40,000. It somehow went viral in China or some shit like that. I don't know. But then, of course, it's not like it led to... Well, it did. I mean, prior to Charlie getting shot, my view count was decent. But, like Holly's been here since the Facebook days. Facebook, there were stretches where I would get double-digit thousands, 10,000 plus views consistently. And then they would just shut it down. This guy thinks he's going to get sacrificed or something. I literally just want to show you that we're not all bad. You don't have to show me shit. You have to tell me. Just tell me what I'm wrong about. If I'm wrong about any of the things I'm talking about, you keep saying they're lies, they're lies. Tell me one thing I'm lying about. And the fact that none of you are out there trying to stop metzitzia, trying to stop soul correction, trying to stop the bottom of darkness, like you prove my point. You can't just be like, oh, well, I don't necessarily partake in it, so that makes it okay. No. What were you talking about that got such huge views? Same shit. Well, so initially, so for years, I was, on Facebook, I was allowed to have well over 1,000 views. And that was, there are some significant changes. There are significant points in this journey when things change. 2016, when the Trump presidency took over, things changed. But the most significant change for me happened in in January of 2020, when I sort of jokingly, but seriously, said my New Year's resolution was going to be that I stopped talking about chemtrails all the time, stopped talking about the church, and that I think the main problem has to do with Israel and the pedophilia. So, my goal is going to be that we cut Israel off financially and use that money to create official government pedophile hunter type groups and just move forward with that. And it was like immediately when I said I was going to start focusing on Israel, shit just changed. And eventually Facebook got so bad where nowadays when I go live on Facebook, I get a notification at the bottom that says slow connection every single time. Don't know what the fuck that is. Don't know how that works. But it says slow connection. And and it doesn't work. I mean, again, I have over 6,000 following on Facebook. And when I go live, there might be 2 people there. It's just so painfully obvious. I read about it as much as they would let you. It's hard to find out about that metzitzia stuff. I've been trying to check it out. Yeah, there isn't a lot to find out because there isn't much to it outside of what it is. Like it's the Brit Milah is the ritual. It's the mitzvah. And according to their belief structure, no other mitzvah is more important than this one, and it is as important as any other mitzvah. So it's one of the most important mitzvahs, which is like a commandment in their belief structure. And the particular mitzvah has 4 parts to it. The third part is the metzitzia. The metzitzia is the suction. And it is required as part of the ritual to do the metzitzia. If you don't do the metzitzia, if the moil doesn't do the metzitzia, then it's the ritual isn't completed. And to think that these people who live their lives by all of this shit do, I mean, that you're going to do the ritual in the first place, let alone 3 out of 4. Like, why would they ever only do 3 parts? Why would they stop doing one part because the Goyim were like, hey, that's fucking gross? Literally, when you talk about the 109 countries or whatever bullshit in the last 1,000 years, nobody talks about it, but a lot of it has to do with the circumcision bullshit. A lot of it has to do with everybody being like, no, that's wrong. Don't do that anymore. And they were like, no, we're going to. That's why Hanukkah exists. Hanukkah is a celebration of circumcision. Oh, they're bringing a little girl and completely mistaken about blah, blah, blah. Some of the things that you say are true, but severely exaggerated, and a lot of the practices aren't done in modern day. Absolutely they are. So all you do is lie, right? You just lie. The Moyle's job is to perform that's all he does. He doesn't do any other religious shit. His job is to perform the ritual. And the only time they ever come out in sort of opposition is when, the last time one of them got caught or was said to be giving herpes to children, he refused to step down. And because of that whole thing, the health board was like, well, shit, you guys got to start telling people about, alternative practices and that there are health risks associated with this. And the community said, no, we're not doing that. We will fight you. We will purposefully not do it just because. So you're going to have to arrest us all or just let it go. And eventually they pushed the legislation away that simply said they needed to tell people that there were health risks associated with this shit. But this is the same sort of, pull cord response. It doesn't happen as much as you think. Oh, it's old. Either it doesn't happen as much as I think or they're not done. Which one is it? And they're just lying. So you're telling me, especially the Hasidiotics, they dress they wear the uniform. They have the 18 kids, 15, 18, 12, whatever kids. They go to yeshiva all day. They live their entire lives by everything it says. They pride themselves on this. They shouldn't have to work. They live off the toil of the fucking of the Goyim as they're supposed to. But and they do everything associated with the ritual. They have the bris, they have the big party, they do all of it. But the one part that make the Goyim upset, they were like, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna stop doing that. Even though, again, that's what Hanukkah celebrates. It's just so fucking stupid. If you think we're bad, then read the Quran. No, you're way worse. It would be, you're way worse than the Quran. Again, let's talk about the Talmud. Quit trying to change the subject. Why does the Talmud say it's okay? Well, it's not okay if a Goyim rapes a child. But if one of you do, as long as if the child is less than 3 years and 1 day, it just sort of doesn't matter. They say that the H word will grow back, and that it's basically like poking someone in the eye. And that really sort of is a testament to how small their shit is. Like, nobody would ever think a tiny child, 3 years, one day old, and then a man, and their thing, that would be like a poke in the eye. Ooh, that just goes to show you just how tiny their shit is. But if the victim is over 3 years and 1 day, then the friar grapist is required to pay the family the full dowry, which is 50 shekels or 100 dinars, something along those lines, which now means that the victim belongs to their abuser as sort of like a wife, somewhere in between a wife and a slave. And that's what it says. That's what the practice is. And again, am I supposed to believe that you have entire Lakewood style communities where they live their lives by this book? They do all of the practices except that one. Except that one. It's bullshit. The whole Epstein thing kind of let the things out of the bag. Kinda, but not really, because people aren't talking about it as a friar thing. Most people are now convinced that Epstein is part of a satanic pedophile, satanic this, you know, just like they did with the Franklin cover-up, and they used former FBI chief Ted Gunderson as their mouthpiece. But just like they did with that, you know, they created something called the Satanic Panic of the 80s. And it's basically everything that was coming out, because if you look closely, like all of the symbolism with you know, Satan worshipers, Satanism, it's the same as friars. The same star, a lot of same shit, right? You just don't realize it. So when it started to come out in the 80s that the Franklin thing was associated with this control scheme, they did the quick, you know, the damage control had a defector, former FBI chief, doesn't get any more legit than him tell you, oh no, it's not friar, it's satanic. And then they went to the Gulf War to cover it up, just like they're doing now. But because we didn't have the internet back then, we weren't all connected like we were. They were able to make the Franklin story go away using the Gulf War. This time it's not happening because we have the internet. I'm giving an opportunity. You can choose not to go through that door and regret it, shaking my head. It would be disappointed to see you do that. You do before you start speculating. Just verify. Again, what is preventing you from telling me what I'm wrong about, especially when all of my sources are you? I look up the friar narratives. There are videos of rabbis on YouTube explaining the legitimacy of metzitzia. Right? Tell me what I'm wrong with. Tell me what I'm wrong about with the Talmud. Why do you hide behind non-responses and act like, oh, I'm trying? Why don't you just say it? It's pretty simple. I don't have a problem saying the things I'm saying. All you have to do is pick one thing. How did you get so educated on the doings of the friars? Because I just looked. You just gotta look. It's there. None of this is secret. You think it is, but then you just start looking into it and you'd be surprised. You know, one of the things that, so at one point I started looking, I'd been watching the news every day for years. You know, watching the CBS morning news because it was national news instead of the local shit. And you know, I watched it to know what they wanted us to know, not like thinking it was real, you know, knowing it was a bunch of bullshit, but, you know, still wanting to know what my fellow Goyim are being told. And at the same time, I would periodically put Israel into the Google machine and click news just to see what it would say. And you know, the times I would do that, I would just, you know, whatever, just be scrolling through, reading what they say, reading different things, blah, blah, blah. And then I would notice that a few weeks later, those same things would happen here. And this was just sort of like, making the connection, but not really. I don't know, whatever. There was a lot going on. Well, then COVID happened, and I did predict COVID. COVID happened, and for the next, year and a half, 2 years, the news was like COVID, 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 Trump, COVID, COVID, Trump, COVID, COVID, and that's all you would hear about. And then you'd be like, random old lady does something, COVID, COVID, and it was just this propaganda campaign that was relentless. And I just got sick of it. And so I stopped watching the news. And I would actually watch the news, and then I would watch the 700 Club. And thankfully I did that, because if it weren't for the 700 Club, I would have never known about Trump signing the legislation saying all colleges and universities had to be pro-Israeli, pro-Israel, and actively remove any BDS, anti-Israel sentiment. And this was the week that Kobe died. So Sunday and Monday and Tuesday, Kobe dies on Sunday, Monday and Tuesday, that's all anybody can talk about. Wednesday, one of the Trump impeachments was said to come to a close. So Wednesday, that was a narrative. So the Tuesday before that, Trump signed the legislation with Netanyahu. War criminal Netanyahu was there, and they signed the legislation. And then Netanyahu gave the speech about, like, I shouldn't talk about how long I've known Jared. Ha 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 ha. Like, that all happened. And it was really fucking weird when it happened. And no news agency talked about it. The only reason I knew about it is because the 700 Club talked about it that day. But again, 700 Club did the same thing. Just went totally COVID crazy, right? And so I felt disillusioned with it all, so I stopped watching it. But when I stopped watching the news, I felt uninformed. Even though it wasn't true, I felt less informed. And so I thought, all right, you know what? I'm going to read the news, and I can at least do that. I can at least read it and see what's going on. But, what do you look at? CBS, NBC? You know what? Over the years, I've looked into Israel news, and it always sort of matched what was going on. Let me try looking up the Israel news every day and see what happens. So I would put Israel into the Google machine, click search, and then I would click news, and then I would click sort by date so I could get the latest Israeli news stories. And I did that for a couple years. And, stories about, like, Israel buying 42,000 supervised laborers, slaves, from Delhi, 38,000 earmarked for construction, 4,000 earmarked for elderly care. Both jobs are Palestinian jobs, so that's kind of weird. That happening in early 2023. There was all these little pieces that would happen, and they would report on it once or twice. Team Jorge is something I just happened to read the news that day and saw that they were talking about it. Act.il came from a rabbit hole search, I think, on Team Jorge, or maybe it was another article that I read one day. But it was just, my whole point in watching the news was so that, like, if I had to get into it with my father-in-law or, anyone on the street, and prior to that, you'd say, where'd you get your information? YouTube. And you'd be like, yeah, but it was a great video and yada, yada, yada. And they'd already shut you down because it was YouTube. So I loved being able to say to people, no, it was ABC News. This was what they were talking about because, they're not watching it like I am. But then with the Israel stuff, it was like, again, where are you getting your information? The Haaretz, This is from Google, looking up Israel news and just following the leads, finding little pieces. A memorandum of understanding. What the fuck is a memorandum of understanding? Let me see if I can find that out. A qualitative military edge. What the fuck is a QME? Oh, okay. Well, let me find that out. Maccabees. Who are the Maccabees? Let's find that out. Go into the Hanukkah, read what they want you to read. Remember, it's Wikipedia. Everything that comes out of Wikipedia, especially stuff that involves them, is balanced and Zionist in nature. Yeah. So you already know that they are, that's what they want you to know when you're looking in Wikipedia. So looking up shit like Zionism, looking up whatever you want on Wikipedia, you know you're getting their narrative. And it just snowballs from there. Everybody here can see that you just want to be stuck in your ways. I was literally going out on a limb to help you. I must really be a fool. You go. So instead of just answering questions and debunking some of the things that I'm saying, or even one thing that I'm saying, you think it would be easier to meet me at an airport with $50,000, take me to Israel, and show me a good time? That would be easier. I'm being stubborn here by not accepting your generous offer to go be kidnapped. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about? You can't honestly think you look intelligent here. Like, you can't honestly think, got him, when you type this shit, right? Because I know anybody that hears me read it back and they go, wait, this guy is saying what? Like, you sound fucking stupid. They really did a number on heavy music back in those days. Heavy metal music back in those days. Did you predict that shit? I just realized that. Oh my god, you did predict that shit. Just realized that. Yeah, Holly was there. Before it was happening, I was telling you guys, there's something fucking big brewing. There's gonna be some sort of like it was, I forgot what the thing was. But they did that, there was that thing in Texas where, oh fuck, what was it called? It was like some project where they were shutting down regions and preparing for different things. And we had one here in Michigan where they were, it was like a preparation for a biological attack kind of thing. And I thought it was strange, but somewheres around, I don't know, November, December of 2019, I was telling you guys, they're working something out. Something is coming that is going to be like all encompassing. I said it's not going to be like some explosion or something. It's going to be something like a gas attack or a biological attack or a sickness or something. But yeah, it was, did that. I predicted Charlie like a week or two before it. Said something like, they're going to do a shooting. It's going to be somebody like a Charlie Kirk or something like that. It's not because I'm some fucking psychic. It's because the pieces are all right there in front of you. They were telling you they were going to do it. They do it all the time. I told you guys somewhere around like April of 2023 that if Israel doesn't do what they ended up doing on October 7th, some sort of false flag narrative where they claim some Israelis were killed and then they use that as justification to commit the genocide that they're literally committing now. I said, if that doesn't happen by December of 2023, I will quit making videos and I'll just stop. I'll admit that I was wrong about everything and that I'll stop. I said this months before October 7th. And then come September 30th, when they signed the visa waiver program, even though Israel refused to meet the qualifications to be in the program, I said, oh shit, it's definitely happening now. I was shocked, huh? I was shocked that they did it so quickly. That was the only thing that really surprised me. I thought for sure they would at least wait, a couple of weeks, months till, after the visa waiver program to funnel as many of them out as they could. But it's not. It's not some psychic shit. It's just, don't you see it? They're giving you all the information you can have. They're not going to flat out say it, but they're telling you. If I could do it by date, I really wish I would, but I don't even know how to make money off of it. I'd love to be able to put some money on the Dow, and that's what stocks is. I think if I was a stockbroker, I'd be pretty good at it. But I wouldn't be like the guys who made the Baron Trumps, who make all the millions of dollars secretly trading just before their dad announces shit and then sells it. Like, that's happened twice now. The first time was attached to Baron. This last time, nobody's that story's disappeared. But it's because of the rapid fire conspiracy that they do. They just keep hitting you with crazy, crazy shit that shouldn't be the way it is. But if this one is like, oh my God, what the fuck? I can't believe they did this. I'm going to look into it. And you look into it for a couple of days, but then they hit you with another one. Boom. You go, oh my God, look at this. I can't believe it. You forget about that one. And you move to this one. And that's what they just keep doing. Why do you suppose they killed Charlie Kirk? That's what he was made for. Charlie was made to be sacrificed. Charlie was an Israeli operative, or an Israeli counterpart, whatever you want to call it, from the beginning. If you look at his donor list, it looks like a bar mitzvah sign-in sheet. They made him. And they made him because, they know how powerful sacrifices can be, especially ones that are like live on TV that we can all see, the visceral experience, the children that we don't even hear any. Where are Charlie's children? Super Erica's just out and about. Charlie's kids are where they lost their father and their mother is nowhere to be seen. What the fuck is going on? Like, the whole thing is just goofy. But Charlie they're not going to sacrifice their own. Like, can you imagine how much better it would have been if it was Ben Shapiro? But they don't do that. They don't sacrifice their own. So they allow a Charlie to build up. And then just before they need to do the sacrifice, they sort of make it seem like he was, maybe he was asking some questions. Like, the weird part is every time they show you one of those Charlie was questioning Israel things, they only show you a small clip of it. Because if they showed you the whole clip, you'd see that he wasn't necessarily talking shit. He was maybe talking about what somebody else might say, or he was sort of like, but he was only saying like the scripted little pieces he was supposed to say. But what you have to know is that if Charlie would have turned against Israel even slightly, Netanyahu would have been the first one to call him out. They were buddies. The fact that you never saw Netanyahu call out or anything, that shows you it was all just bullshit. Charlie was made to be sacrificed. And whether Charlie was sacrificed or not, whether Charlie's even dead or not, we don't know. I saw that video the other day of the security guy or the cop that looked just like him. I don't know if that was AI or not, but I don't. Who knows what we saw? Who knows? You have no idea at this point. I know that just like with the Trump shooting, but even more so, this was at a college campus. So shouldn't there be just tons of cell phone videos of it? Tons of different angles of different kids holding their cell phones? Like, just think about how stupid that is. And then there's either the camera or the projector but the camera that was behind him that shows him. I've said from the beginning, it was the thing under his fucking shirt. What was the thing under his shirt? I literally put it in our video, the Operation Charlie, or the Operation Kirk. I think that's what the song's called. Operation Kirk. I made the T-shirt. It says freedom on it, and then it has a black spot on it with a little thing that says, "What is the black spot?" In the slow-mo, you can see the black spot go from his shirt all the way around and then up to his neck, where the blood starts pouring out. It's undeniable. That's what the video shows. You could see the thing under his shirt. What the fuck was the thing under his shirt? Nobody talks about. Well, none of them talk about it. Lots of us do. But I said it from the beginning. I wrote the song from the beginning. I'm thinking about starting a business involving gambling and golf. Should I have liquor in the front or poker in the rear? Blah, blah, blah. Fucking weird, man. Weird. Gotta change that subject. That's all they're trying to do. Stop talking about Charlie. Stop talking about our involvement in Charlie. Talk about this. Here, I'll say something stupid so you focus on me. See how this works? Charlie was to unify the white Christian narrative that's come from it. You know, I've heard satanic pedophilia way more since then. You know, all these guys that are, you know, really sort of blowing up, the Ian Carrolls, it's all about Jesus. It's all about Charlie. Candace is big now, and they can use this to manipulate the narrative. Charlie was much more valuable dead. Most people didn't know who Charlie was. Charlie wasn't nearly as famous as people think now in hindsight. He was just some guy, some annoying. I talked about him. I don't know where Palestine is. What are we talking about? That place doesn't exist. Like that was the experience, not the experience I've had with him, but that was all I knew of Charlie, was that stupid clip. And you know, I knew what he did, but that story hasn't made sense from a couple days beforehand when the fucking Charlie Kirk is Dead book comes out, or whatever the fuck it was. You know, the narrative just doesn't make any sense. Then you look into Erica Franzi and her whole history and her mom and the government connections, and it's like, if Erica's hair wasn't blonde, dyed blonde, don't you think she'd look a lot more chosen? Shabbat Shalom. Never in my life have I heard a Christian yell out Shabbat Shalom. Think about how fucking insane that is. The only time you should do the poker in the rear is if she likes it. If she doesn't like it and just says, okay, just get it done, that's rape, you fucking weirdo. You guys are fucking weird. Again, look at how they're trying so desperately. Why don't you want us talking about Charlie? Why don't you want people talking about the Israel connection to Charlie? It's all just a manufactured narrative to manipulate people and bring out the Christian bullshit, because they're really trying. With everything going on, you know, you hear this Netanyahu compares Jesus to Genghis Khan, and like, oh, the Christians are upset they're not letting the Christians go to certain churches. Never mind that they literally spit on them. And when asked about it, I think it was Netanyahu, might have been Ben-Gvir or Smotrich, but one of them was asked, like, okay, so how do you fix this problem with Jews spitting on Christians? And they were like, well, friars have been spitting on Christians for thousands of years, so that was it. That was their explanation. The anti-Semitic loser. No, I'm very pro-Palestinian. I don't know what you mean by anti-Semitic. I don't think there's one day where you don't come on here and talking about fryers all day. Well, you should be able to check. It's definitely not all day. But if you're if you're saying that, it's because you're watching every day. And if I keep talking about the problem, what's the problem with that? Interesting though, isn't it? They use words incorrectly, they make incorrect assumptions, and it's all the same bullshit. Almost like they're all part of the same act.il Team Jorge narrative. But again, stop talking about Charlie. They don't like that we talk about Charlie. Even though they created the narrative for us to talk about, it's just we don't talk about it the right way. We don't believe the narrative as we're supposed to, so that doesn't work. Anyway, it's been real. Go get your free download, www.bilderberg.group.com. It's free. All you got to do is put 0 in the, when you click download, it'll ask you how much you want to pay. You click 0 and it's free. You can donate. We really appreciate those that do and have, but all we ask is that you share it with someone. So go grab the free shit. Go watch Hollywoodism, the most important video ever created. Most important film ever created. That's the second link. And it'll tell you why you, dumb Goyim, think the way you do. How they created. Essentially, you could say the American dream is the Freud dream. Statement said more than once in the video, in the movie. They don't hide it. It's weird how, if you can find it, watch the South Park episode with Cupid Yee. It's a Valentine's episode where a little naked, because they love drawing little kid penises on South Park nowadays, since like season 10 or whatever. But Cupid Yee is this naked version of Cartman that is Cupid. And he hadn't been taking his medication, so he turned into Cupid Yee, stupid Yee, Cupid Yee. As in Kanye, he had a jacket and a hat on, and he was running around telling everybody that Kyle controls Hollywood. And it was this huge ordeal, and everybody's upset, and it's like, but you guys put it out, 1998 Hollywoodism. You literally brag that somehow, we don't really know how, but you created Hollywood, ran it with an iron fist, and still do to this day. Like, where is the conspiracy theory and all that? It's a conspiracy, but it's no theory. It's fucking true, right? It's fucking true. There's no secret anything about it. But yet, saying that Kyle controls Hollywood is, this is a conspiracy theory, tropes, blah, blah, blah. The whole episode is like denying the idea, or at least not denying the idea, but making it sound like you're bad for pointing it out. And the whole premise of the episode is they have to get Cupid Yee to take his meds. Take his meds. Because if he takes his meds, he won't say these things anymore. Not that it's not true. Not that, anything like that. Just, you're not supposed to say that. And everyone that Cupid shoots with the arrow, instead of being all lovey, they start noticing, holy shit, they do control the fucking Hollywood. And it becomes this big deal. But eventually, Cartman catches Cupid Yee and holds him down while he forces a blue pill into his mouth. And as soon as he swallows the pill, the hat and the coat disappear. And he goes, tra-la-la, tee-hee, tra-la-la. And he goes around shooting people with love arrows, and everything works out, and it's all okay. As long as you take your meds, you won't see the obvious truth. I highly suggest you watch that episode if you can find it. It's eye-opening, right? It's eye-opening. So I don't have that link there because I don't have a link to that episode, but you should, you know what? I wonder if You can look up Cupid Ye on here. Take your meds.
Time to take your meds. No, good how people control me. You're taking your meds, Ye, one way or another. No, I'm not
Hold
taking
on.
it. Taking your medication. Let me go. I'm not taking it. Ye? Ye?
God damn it.
Eric? Cupid me? You guys, it's Cupid me. He's
Now
back.
he's back Cupid Me. He goes from Cupid Ye to Cupid Me. Take your meds. Take your meds. No, that's how they control me. Nope. Take your meds. Right? Do you see it? They literally made an episode about it. That's how obvious it is. That's how fucking obvious it is. And I'm crazy, right? I need to take my meds. Schizophrenic, take your meds. The third link is going to be to the Israel Hayom Bottom of Darkness article that explains why they think the way they do. Why you have an entire generation, entire population of psychopaths that are capable of saying, what, you got your house bombed? So what? Were you viciously, violently, and ritualistically raped from 3 years in one day? Hopefully they at least waited that long. 3 years in one day to 12 years in one day? No? Okay, well then once you became 13 and you were a man, you were then forced to do this to another child so you could transcend all those sins that you picked up from everybody that transcended their sins onto you as the victim. And now you can transcend your sins so you can get your redemption. Did they do that to you when you were a kid? No? Okay, so they bombed your house, so what? Go get a new house. Yeah, we deserve $3.8 billion a year. Do you know what we went through? And the Bottom of Darkness article explains that to you. It shows you that. We also invested in a lot of chess records, Motown. Freaking schizo again. Yep, schizophrenia. Like I just showed you guys. Didn't I just say it? Schizophrenia, take your meds. This is all they have, and it all goes back to the auto-emancipation pamphlet of 1882 that says if you say these kinds of things, you must you must have a psychosis, a pathological disorder, and or a rational phobia. If you say these things, it's one of those three things. It's all mental illness, you don't think that they should be allowed to continue to rape children and viciously molest and torture them, and you don't think that's okay? You have something wrong with your head, young man. You're schizophrenic. That's schizobabble. Schizobabble. It's all in front of you guys. It's all in front of you. My feed is one of the best feeds for it because not only do you get the education, but you get the example too. They're so stupid. If you open up the books on Israel, you demonize Israel stupid. There was oh my God. Jesus. There was in 2022, going into 2023, the UN was talking about, opening the books on Israel because it's supposed to be a temporary occupation. Turns out it looks like it's colonization, and we want to open up the books to see what the plan is and what's going on. And the response from Israel was that if you open up the books on Israel, you demonize Israel. I've been doing this for a very long time. The books have been opened. I don't think if you look into my history, you're going to be able to demonize me. Yeah, I've made mistakes in the past. A lot of shit I'm not necessarily proud of, but it's nothing that I wouldn't, that would be demonizing of me. No, most of the shit that I've done is just mistakes, dumb kid mistakes or whatever. I would never say, don't ask me questions. Don't look into what I'm doing. That demonizes me. But that's how stupid they are. They think that saying that somehow victimizes them, makes them look like the victim, when in reality it makes them look like the monsters they are. So go read about it. Go read. It's right. I mean, they're gonna the article is the only article I've ever been on that constantly kicks you off the article. That constantly tries to make it difficult for you to read the article, or takes you to a different article about how Israel's destroyed Assad's Syrian navy. It's all right there. You can find it. You can see it. I found it for you, and then I found a bunch of other things. You have the auto emancipation link, the link to Naftali Bennett telling you that Wikipedia is their source, the link to the Havara Agreement, which completely destroys the narrative that you have about the Holocaust. 1933, when the Zionist federations, along with the Friar Agency and the Anglo Bank of Palestine, signed legislation, signed the transfer agreement, the Havara Agreement, which allowed for 60,000 German friars to be moved to Palestine, to start colonizing Palestine and having all of their money transferred and everything. And that was signed after Hitler came to power, and you know, that was the agreement. From 33 to 39, they moved 60,000 plus friars from Germany to Palestine. Did you guys hear about that growing up? Did you hear about that with your Holocaust narrative? Did you hear about the Zionist Federation, the Friar Agency? Did you hear about these things? Or were those, are you today years old when you heard about this? Look up the Friar Agreement, or the Havara Agreement. The link will be in the description. There are a bunch of links in the description to a bunch of different articles, a bunch of different pieces of the puzzle that I believe, Act.io, Team Jorge, all these different things that you can look into for yourself and see if I'm wrong. There's also the links to the different Facebook songs. Go check it out. If I'm not live here, I'm live there. It shouldn't happen again. I learned my lesson. I got too big for my britches and was saying the wrong word. Got to stick with Friar. I'll stick with it. But go check out the Facebook song. Go check out the videos. Go share them with people. The only way this works is if we unify against them. Look at how well oiled their machine is against little nothing me. I got 4 viewers, 21 likes, 4 viewers. I'm nothing. Why is so much effort put into me? $50,000 bribe and all this other bullshit because I'm wrong. Nobody will address what I'm wrong about. Say I'm a liar, I'm lying about, but for some reason, this is how this works, huh? Ought to be I don't like this. That's funny. I know when I take you to one, get the fuck out of here. Nobody's going with you anywhere, you piece of shit, weirdo pedo. Go check out all the stuff in the description. You know, that's where I got it from. So if anybody can tell me what I'm wrong about, I'm all ears. Have yourself a great day. And you pedophiles, you pedophiles, you kill yourselves. Wait for it. Okay.